As we had that late start.
Topley, last ball of his over, cut by Rishabh Pant, cut to backward point. The salty sea dog is there, whose beard has been growing quite appreciably, I think, during this this World T20. Started off, I think, sort of in a sort of almost designer stubbly mode. He's now full on Captain Haddock and looking quite smart, I think, as well. 5 overs gone, 40 for 1. The run rate of 8 is, I think, on this pitch, not too bad at all. India won't be too disappointed. James, do you want to just sit into the third chair, take over on ball by ball? I think I was summarising anyway.
And I will nick off. We're back on YouTube, folks, if you want to go back there.
Andy should be joining us, which I'll let him in.
Hello, folks. What do we reckon so far? 40 for 1 from 5 overs. Looks like a pretty decent attempt this by India on what looks, as you were saying before, Tony, like a slow low pitch, like a slow low dirty dance hall bass line, given the geography we're in at the moment. Well, there's a change already here. Everyone's favourite juice box king, Sammy Curran, is coming into the attack.
Yeah. Oh, where is he? Come on, Sammy, play your jingle. There he is.
Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Well, little Sammy Curran has come in, and first ball to Rishabh Pant has been a dot ball. Andy, what have you made of this so far?
Oh, I think England could a little bit unfortunate to only get 1 wicket. Agreed. And Rohit's starting to look good. There was quite a few false shots early on. But Topley bowled well, I thought, so far. Yeah,
well, let's see if Sammy Curran can do the same as he comes in again there. It's a decent length, and it's not just a decent length, it is a decent wicket. Yes, Pant is out for 4 already, caught at mid-wicket, tried to slash that through leg, but it just didn't work out for him, did it?
No, sorry, I will try to shout yes when England take a wicket.
As we see, so that's an easy pouch for Bairstow. He pouched that like I'm guessing he pouches pork pies off the field. But that's good line, good length, decent pace from Curran there.
I think that might have kept a little bit low as well. Just come off down near the toe of his bat.
Yeah, he's furious with him. If you could see his face, I tell you what his face is like. His face is like someone coming home from boarding school and finding out that their dad hasn't spunked out for Sky TV. But we are seeing the ground staff hovering, the Dementors hovering at the edge of the field of play. They know something that we don't know.
Well, it was getting increasingly cloudy. We could see the dark clouds gathering.
Yeah, and that wasn't just over our technology.
Geographically, remember, we're not sort of in... Well, we're part of the Caribbean, but not in it. We're actually in northern South America here, aren't we?
Yes.
We're sort of wedged between Brazil and Venezuela.
We are. As Curran comes into the new batsman, Sky, who immediately can play that out onto the leg side and just get a single. And maybe, because it rhymes, we should have a jingle.
Oh, sorry, have we got...
Sky.
Surakumar Yadav, of course we have. I was watching the bear, which is entertaining in its own right, but the GPL is open. The GPL is open.
Got 20 minutes.
Now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now. Surya Kumar Yadav.
Well, he's in, but he's not facing at the moment. Rohit, the man who's in touch, faces Curran. They think about a single here, then they do take a single. There's a bit of hesitancy. They're not quite sure that what they should do with little Sammy Curran bearing down on them. They're all smiles now. It's not bat throwing territory, shall we say?
That was a lot of hesitation.
Are we up and running
both
there?
Stopped at the same time.
Can we give a virtual out there in the listenerverse virtual round of applause for the bear?
Yes,
who's got us all back and running again.
Yeah, you did it, and you kept it clean.
And about £746 in the swear jar, which has got to help.
Curran in once more, pace off, and it's driven down the ground. It looked like it could be interesting for Curran for a second, but Sky makes it more interesting for India, and it's a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Corrin just in the game for half a second there, but Sky had just put it too far past his left hand.
Yes.
His sort of follow through had carried him the other way, hadn't it?
Yes, if he'd had a growth spurt at around the age of 14, he might have got to that, but unfortunately, he hasn't quite reached there yet. You know, you look forward to his teenage years. Sky gets ready once more to Corrin. Opens up his body, but then it's past his outside edge. Doesn't carry to Butler. That slow and low prediction is coming very true. But India, after the power play, are 46 for 2.
Right, Muttley Von Erich says, all I heard was Kilroy. Yeah, we were discussing Messrs' head as he'd slipped down the YouTube picture, basically. And we were trying to remember the name of the cartoon character it reminded us of, and it was Kilroy. Adrian Lowe, hang in there, Bear. We can hear your troubles. Haha, brilliant. It's been good fun. Somebody called Daniel Norcross. Indeed, Coley is saving himself for the final, he says. Nigel Burgess, fire the tech manager. That would be difficult. He'd have to fire himself. Pirate Badshah says, a bear with fury swears at Max galore as cricket broadcast glitches causing more and more. Frustration builds, the bear roars with ire as malfunctioning Macs bring on the ire. That's not one of your best, Pirate Badshah.
Did he just
due to the
rhyme ire with
repetition.
ire? Yeah.
Yes. Well, there you go. Well, changing the bowling, you can guess who it is. It's Adil Rashid, immediately reverse swept by Rowett. It's gone down. It's not going to go to the boundary, I don't think. Well, it shouldn't have gone to the boundary, but then the paticate went wrong from Archer there. He pushed it back into his feet and it went over the boundary for a 4.
Did I see rain then?
You saw more than a bit of rain, yeah.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
More importantly, what you were talking about Messi Jez there, was he just putting his head over the wall with like his nose sticking in front of it?
Yes, that's right.
That's a Chad. That's
That
not Kilroy.
Chad, it's Chad. You're right. It is actually Chad. He's right. Kilroy was ear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't it, on walls? Now, at the moment, dear listener, we have a situation where the umpires are getting together, looking up to the heavens. There are more umbrellas than Piccadilly Circus in the 1920s. The crew are ready with their covers, but at the moment they seem to be staying on.
They are, which is interesting, isn't it?
It is.
We've had a couple of super chats, by the way.
If Rihanna is in the ground, she was just about to break under my umbrella.
As Adil comes in once more towards the leg this time, and Rowett finds it impossible to get away. Dot ball. Should we super chat?
2 super chats. Jay Grover, just to stop Bear's potty mouth, $5, and Messi Jez, clearly doesn't want to stop Bear's potty mouth, $10 to keep him swearing.
There
So up to you.
15 and he can
Counter
start
bids.
again. Yeah, counter bids. As it's swept this time from Rowett, and it's swept all the way beautifully to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, batsmen like Rowett and Surya Kumar are not going to let Adil Rashid settle
No.
like other batsmen have done in this tournament.
Well, that you're right. That's been the theme of the tournament, hasn't it? For Adil Rashid is maximum respect from the batsman, but you can forget about that today. He's gone for 8 already.
Well,
from
it is a
3
form
balls.
of respect, but in a different way.
Yeah, this time Rowett rocks back, plays it out to the mighty Bairstow. Won't get a run from that. And talking about Kilroy, a friend of mine used to work. Do you remember the show Kilroy with Robert Kilroy? Silk?
Yes, indeed.
And he once had to go to a brainstorm at Kilroy's house, and he kept a white deer in his garden.
Jay Grover, $20.
Adil once more, slower this time, I think, a little more flight to it, and Rowett can push it out, but just for a single up the ground, fielded by Harry Brook.
Make the words illegal. Super chat. I'm going to play that if I get the chance. I can. I'll play the really quick one.
Yeah, go on.
Here's your bright super chat.
Thank you, Jay.
9 from this over so far. Sky now facing Adil Rashid, just jiggling the ball around from hand to hand. He's being held back at the moment.
It's interesting Jay's playing the figure of restraint and sort of puritanism here.
As Adil completes his over, this time he gets into all sorts of trouble there. Sky trying to play around it and getting it wrong. It hits the pad, but there's no serious appeal from England. So at the end of the 7th over, India are 55 for 2.
Right, it's pounds, by the way, from Jay, not dollars. So thank you, even more as ever. Right, Pirate Badshaw. Oh, there's a few more there. Let me see. Bear looks somewhat dishevelled. The IT glitch seriously took it out of him. Chief Wardo. Bear looks like he was electrocuted in the attempt. Yeah, his hair was a bit wild and wacky when he came in today. He's gone to his cave to freshen up, says Mr. P. Sagnik Data says, looking at the pitch and India's bowling, anything over 140 should be enough for them. Can be proved wrong. Rain might ease out the pitch. That is true. Pirate Badshaw's FZ&B not quite matching Chat GPT for the frivolous poems. I probably should have manual changed the end to fire. Good idea. Muttley. That took too long on the Kilroy was here recognition. Hence my not a robot hashtag. One of my favourite rock operas. Mr. P, 20 squid, Tony, not dollars. The lad's made of money. I'm not sure he is, which makes it even more unbelievably generous, and how grateful we are, I can tell you.
Well, all this talk of Bear's growing anger and aggression towards the system has led us into Chris Jordan coming into the attack.
He is. I'll jingle him in a moment.
Wow, did that keep low the first delivery? Rowett attempts to pull it out, but he can barely get a bat on it there, Andy.
Well, fortunately for him,
Sorry, Andy, carry on.
Fortunately for him, it was low and slow. It gave him time to adjust, and also it wasn't on the stumps. But tend to agree with Sagir. Certainly, if India got to 160 here, they'd be feeling pretty good.
This would be a very useful score, I think. This is keeping much lower than a lot of the other pitches that we've seen so far.
India's spinners can be a real handful when it skids on and keeps low.
Yeah, and they're not bad, are they? They've got quite a good collection of spinners on this ground. It's almost like they knew they were playing here. As Jordan comes in once more, again a little bit of pace off. I think a little bit of cutting there going on, and Sky can only force that out towards the leg for a single. Yeah. So what's your pass score on the basis of what we've seen from 7 overs so far, Andy?
Well, I haven't been in very good form on this in this tournament, but I completely misjudged that England-South Africa game. But yeah, 150, 160.
I'd say 160 it's certainly ahead of par for this tournament,
very healthy.
and it would be good for this game.
Right, yeah. I think 160 is probably towards the high end.
146 so far in this tournament is where we stand. 170 overall, but most games aren't played during the rainy season.
This is very clearly not an easy pitch to bat on, as Jordan comes into the one man who is making it look easy at the moment, just ticks it over into the leg for another single here. Rowett on a beautiful seam of form at the moment.
He was fantastic against Australia. He batted really, really well.
Yeah, it was almost comical, I thought, how aggressive he was, because he always seemed so docile on the field.
Yeah.
But he just went for it, didn't he?
GPL, not quite sure how long we've got left, but we've got 20 entries and the pot's up to 71 English pounds, so get in there quick if you possibly can. Metal in both legs, £11.16 Yorkshire pounds coming in.
Lovely. As Jordan
Super
comes
chat.
in, this time it's shorter. Sky pulls it towards the boundary, and he pulls it over the boundary for an easy 6.
Oh,
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smacks.
You say easy. It's a trademark shot for Surya Kumar.
Yes.
He gets underneath it and plays it really, really fine. There's elements of ramp to it.
Yes,
it's
there are.
kind of a hybrid of a ramp and a pull.
Yeah.
But no one really plays it like him.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's his thing. He can play those shots that no one else can play, and he does make it look like he's just taking a walk in the park. Jordan in for the 5th delivery, and this time cuts it again. Sky can force it onto the leg side forward this time, and it's fielded very easily by Liam Livingston with his little jazz beard, or his little goatee beard of oddness. Let's be honest, he's gone without the moustache as a fashion choice, which we have to respect in some ways. A 10 from this over at the moment from Jordan.
I'm not sure if the speed gun's a bit on the fritz, but Jordan seems to be regularly in the mid-70s here.
that wouldn't surprise me,
I agree.
Yep.
I think he possibly is, because I genuinely think all pace off is what's happening here, and when it hits the pitch it doesn't get quicker.
Yeah, and again
Well,
seems to be cutting it. I think every delivery, this time it passes the bat. Rowett goes to sort of half cut it really, but it goes nowhere. There's 10 off the over, so after 8 overs, India are 65 for 2.
Right, yes. Let me see. Adrian Lowe, India going strong. This one is going down to the wire. I think it might. Messi Jez says Jay Grover was right. It definitely was Kilroy, and there's the picture to prove it. Kilroy was here.
Why do we think it was Chad then? Because
well, we didn't.
Well, Andy and I did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe Kilroy was a Chad, and that's the confusing thing. Kilroy was also from Mr. Roboto. Brian Barish says, quite right, Brian. Bear can go fire himself once he gets off air. I think he's going to give himself a stern talking to.
With lots more swearing.
He's probably swearing at himself. Jay says Jeremy got on the Ohio scoreboard. Jay says Yorkshire proper metal lad. Yadav thought he'd have done better there, says M. Dial M.
Bit of a change here. We've got Mr. Liam Livingston, the Bertie Bassett of the team, coming on, but just as he starts to come on, the Crown Crusade. No, we don't fancy watching any of that, thanks very much, and players be interrupted. Play has stopped, they're running on, the rain is coming down heavier now. 8 overs have gone.
Yes.
Yeah, you could see it. There's umbrellas, there's Macs going on all over the place.
Well, it's more than they are bloody well here. They've been going off all over the place here.
Maybe that's the problem. People have been putting Apple Macs over their heads.
Ooh.
There's rounds of applause for everyone, but it's fair old chucking it down.
That is proper liquid sunshine,
isn't it?
Well, who would have thought in a country where it rains 23 days out of 30 in June?
Yes, it's a funny one, that, isn't it? And also, I could be wrong, but I think Guyana, doesn't that mean land of many waters?
You're not far off, actually.
Something like that.
I'll tell you what
Don't
it means.
give me the proper name.
No, I did. It is literally that. It is land of many waters. That's what Guyana actually means in the old sort of South American native language. That's what it comes from.
Well, at least it's living up to its name. I think this could be. And we're seeing a sign from an Indian fan saying, "Let's settle this on the pitch."
Oh, good for you, lad. That's basically going, never mind all this, let's hope it's rained off nonsense.
Yeah, because let's not forget, I'm sure we're all aware of this, but if the match does get rained off, India just goes straight through because they won their group. He also, the same man, is proposing that this isn't just a battle between India and England, it's a battle between chai and tea.
If you like.
Now, the problem here, and I know it's supposed to drain quickly, there's no covers on the outfield. It's only the square, and I don't think that's good enough for a World Cup semi-final.
No, I 100% agree with you. I'm sorry I laughed during what you were saying, Andy. It's only that Jay Grover was replying to Mr. P, who suggested he was a millionaire. And the reply was, Mr. P, I were a millionaire until I bought a GC shower curtain.
Well, that's been known to bankrupt many an individual, so you're in good company, Jay.
Carl Herbert saying India in a strong position on this pitch.
I think so. I think they've got some useful runs in the bank here.
I think so.
Yeah, I think what their advantage could be also is maybe 8 overs is going to be the only 8 over uninterrupted stretch we'll get in this match. It strikes me there could be a lot of on and off, so to bank those early on is probably quite useful.
But then isn't chasing, if we're Duckworth-Lewis all over the place and the scores keep getting adjusted, aren't you better chasing, knowing at least what your targets are?
Well, I guess that's the theory,
the school of thought, isn't it?
Yeah, the school of thought why he agreed to bowl when he won the toss here. What do you think, Andy? How do you think England are feeling at the moment?
I think maybe a little bit, I don't know if disappointed is the word. I think they may feel they were a bit unfortunate. Rowett got quite a few leading edges before he really got going. They have got rid of Kohli and Pant. They might have hoped to be in a slightly better position at this point, but hopefully there's a lot of cricket to be played in this game.
Yeah, just for anyone who wasn't tuning in at the time, I think we'd agree that Topley was highly unlucky in his first couple of overs. He beat the edge a few times. It could quite easily have had another couple of wickets under his belt, but such is cricket. The only 2 people to fall so far, as Andy was saying, was Kohli, who Topley did get out, and then Pant, little Sammy Curran, pouched him soon afterwards. So it's difficult to know at the moment how long this break would be, but the rain looks fairly insistent, do we think?
Yeah, I don't think it's a quick shower from what we've seen.
Yeah, if anyone who's studied, we're blessed in that we have Messi in the weather cave. But anyone who's looked at the weather map for this, let's call it this morning, this afternoon in Guyana, will have seen that it's patches of rain all over the place. So it's one of those days where it'll be raining down the road and not raining where you are, which is going to make it very, very difficult to know when stuff will stop and when stuff will start again.
Well, I've just been looking for different rain jingles. So some of these I'm not familiar with. I've never heard this one.
It just looks like their minds are a little bit fragile.
Oh, that was nothing to do
That's
with
a-
rain.
that's
It
a-
was
that's an
brain rather than rain. That's why.
I was going to say slightly unfortunate given Michael Vaughan's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this one I do know. Oh, that is really rainy.
They stopped playing bloody cricket.
And this one is just called Cricket Rain. I wonder if it's the same one. No, it's slightly different. Oh, that looks horrible, doesn't it?
It looks fucking filthy.
And that's torrential.
This is pure Scarborough in the sunshine weather. This is every holiday you've ever had in the seaside in the United Kingdom. You're in the car with your thermos, with your mum and dad saying to you, "Oh, let's play a game. What can we play? I Spy." Oh God, I wish I was at home.
Caravan park in Weymouth.
It's absolutely that. I went up to the north of Northern Ireland last summer.
Whereabouts?
So we were in Ballymena, but then we
Ballymena.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we went up to the north, but there were a few days.
It's a wet place.
It's a wet place. There were a few days where we were driving along by the seaside in the
do
car
have some
watching rain
fantastic
away.
beaches up there.
Oh my
people
God,
don't
do they?
realise.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, it's a great part of the world. So I'm also we could agree there, but yeah, it's fantastic. We went there because my mum's mum came from Belfast, and my mum had never been there in all her life to see anything. So we thought we'd go on a sentimental journey, and we'd find out the address where she was born. So in the morning we went to the Titanic Museum, which is a wonderful museum. If anyone ever think of going over there, there's half about the history of Harlem Wolff, where my mum's granddad used to work, half about the history of the Titanic. So it was all lovely. And then in the afternoon we drove to where my nan grew up. And that was not so lovely, because it turned out she grew up in East Belfast. So there were
better now.
Well, you say that. There's
It might
lovely,
still be. It
lovely
might still
murals of "We will never stop fighting until the last man dies." There's more Union Jacks and Scottish flags than a Nigel Farage rally, and generally. It was not quite the centre. Her house had also been knocked down. It was just a new build with a poster outside about someone had been shot. So it was not quite the sentimental journey my mom was expecting. But
Didn't
it was
Rishi
still a lot of
Sunak
fun.
do one of his press
He
conferences
did.
from the Belfast, from the Titanic
He
Museum?
started off his campaign rather appropriately in the Titanic Quarter.
Who on earth, advises him on these things?
He is. I've got to say, with apologies for the language, he is an A-class prick. I was watching the prime ministerial debate last night.
Well, that was your first mistake.
Yeah, I know. Well, exactly. Also, but he was just relentlessly awful, just interrupting all the time, saying the same thing that just wasn't true, smirking away to himself. It was hideous.
It's sort of the fatalistic kind of approach now. Terry Axe says England will win. Jay Grover thinks, James, we might be related.
That would be good.
There we go.
More than a diehard connection.
Nick Vickers says, I've got the coverage of the TV. I've got the TV coverage on the ICC website. It's absolutely chucking it down over there. Yes, it definitely is. I'm afraid Leah says the cricket rain jingle is an excellent tribute to internet legend Tay Zonde's Chocolate Rain. Oh, okay. You know more than me on that front.
I once heard one of the I don't know if any of you are familiar with a poker player called Devilfish Elliott.
No.
Remember the Devil? If anyone remembers the Devilfish, he fancied himself as a bit of a guitar player, singer, and he did a version of Chocolate Rain with like poker words in it, and it's the most hilariously awful thing. It's right. Maybe I shouldn't say ever. I've heard a lot of hilariously awful things, but it's right up there.
It's up there with Mark Butcher's Songs from the Son House.
Mark Butcher stuff is all right.
Come on.
A little bit, Mark Butcher.
I love Mark Butcher, but don't bring your guitar, mate.
It's not in the league of it's not in the league of the Dane Pete jingle, that's for sure. Speaking of which, I wonder if I think we're in for a little spell here. So
just to let people know, I think it could be a long night because we've got almost 3 hours before we even start losing overs.
Well, that I'm afraid is very true.
And just a reminder, it does need to be a 10-over game for some reason, not 5.
Yeah, this one can go on, and it's like an afternoon in the House of Lords. It just seemingly never ends and doesn't go anywhere. But we do need those 10 overs under our belt.
I'm just trying to find where the podcasts live now. The podcast family.
Where are they? That famous follow-up to Where the Wild Things Are.
It's the thing. Funny enough, labelled podcasts.
There you go.
Reasonably
subtle clue.
Reasonably obvious, to be honest, wasn't it? That'll be the thing saying podcast
to keep
tone.
an eye on what's going on, but if we're going on and I'm not here, drop me a text or something.
We will do.
We'll find a way, Andy. Don't worry. Okay.
But I'll keep an eye on it. Yep.
Fingers crossed. You'll be hearing from us soon.
Let's go back to our chat with Jonathan Campion about Ukraine and Ukrainian cricket, because it was a fascinating conversation. If you didn't know, Ukraine was really building a thriving cricket community on the cusp of ICC recognition and doing really well. Obviously, that all changed in 22, courtesy of Vladimir Putin, and it's a story of many of those cricketers who took up arms to defend their homeland, and some incredible stories of escape and things. So have a listen to it. Here it is.
And also became one of the coaches. And she came to use these cricketing evenings in the park as a kind of form of counselling or therapy for these, firstly for the mothers who had taken their children away from Ukraine into Croatia. They needed a place to kind of leave their children for the evening, just have a break, take a breath, and just have a normal conversation. The children themselves enjoyed playing a new sport. It got them some exercise and some socialising. So these games of cricket for the refugee children became not just a great way for these kind of kids to just stay sane and adapt to a new city, but also for the mothers to kind of cope with what had happened and make new friends.
Well, yeah, her story and many more, including those messages from the front line, tales of escape. I mean, the book actually finishes as well with a guard of honour. I mean, the stats you gave were since 2023, and you're talking about athletes generally, not just cricketers, but 262 Ukrainian athletes have died in the first year of the war. That'll be way more now, which of course is just horrifying, just horrifying. But there's the famous quote, and I can't remember who it was by, but the pen being mightier than the sword. How's it going for the book? And if its mission is to bring attention to, as Sergei Rebrov said, draw attention, how's it going? Is it doing what you want it to do?
It is, I think. So one thing I really wanted to do was just tell people about Ukraine, the real Ukraine, because at the moment, it's so. I mean, the war has destroyed the country, and it means that whenever we hear of Ukraine, see images from Ukraine, it is these mortifying images and stories of what's happening right now on the front lines. But actually, Ukraine is a living, breathing, incredible place. I wanted to tell a story of just one tiny part of that, just this one cricket team. But in doing so, I mentioned that Ukraine had not just cricketers, but it had stand-up comedians, it had Indian restaurants, it had a whole living, breathing culture.
Didn't one of them become president?
Yes, exactly. So one of the things I kind of wanted to do was just give people an image of what we are fighting for here, kind of what Ukraine really is. And since the book has come out, there's kind of an idea that some people have raised about maybe us organising a charity fundraising cricket match that these guys would play in. We could have kind of special VIP guests and perhaps raise some money that way.
Yeah, I heard you speaking about that on the. It was another podcast, I think. It might have been the Telegraphs, but is that dream any closer to reality? I love the idea.
One thing I'd say is that for these players to take part in this game, the war would have to end, because at the moment men of fighting age can't leave the country. So guys like Sasha Remenenko, the wicketkeeper, is currently fighting on the front lines, and there can't be a game of cricket without him because he's just such a big part of the team. Yuri Zahorsky is now I think he's late 50s now. And because of the war, has kind of accepted that his cricketing days are over. But wouldn't it be incredible if he had one last game of cricket somewhere that just.
Well, what I can say, Jonathan, is if you need a commentary team for that game when it happens, or some help organising it, come back to us. We've helped the West Indies through hurricane relief. We've helped feed people during the pandemic.
I think
we'd be thrilled to help you out on that one as well.
It would be great. So my idea right now is that the war has to end, and let's pray that it's in the next couple of years, and the Ukraine does exist and becomes a country again. When the war ends, we will need to kind of rebuild it, and these cities will need to be rebuilt. And my idea would be for there to be a Ukrainian kind of representative cricket 11 that plays the game somewhere, like maybe in Croatia, maybe in Britain if we can find a ground in England.
Afghanistan's a good model.
Yeah,
I mean, this is exactly what they've had to do, and they've done it. Well, it is just to remind people, we're talking about getting out the Ukrainian cricket team's last stand on the front lines of war. Our guest on our bar stool of bravado in the Bishop and Bear is its author, Jonathan Campion. Just before we come on to World Cup stuff, World T20s, I beg its pardon, there is a character in the book called Zach. And Jonathan, with your permission, let's sort of close off this part of the chat with his words, which were: the work, the effort, the time we spent on developing cricket in Ukraine is not something that can be ignored because of a freaking war. Wouldn't be surprised if those weren't his actual words, but
I'm sure freaking wasn't freaking. Yeah, man.
Yeah. But to me, that's a heck of a message.
It is, and Zach is a bit of a dark horse in the book because he wasn't one of the main players, and he actually, the word is freaking. He was such a softly spoken, gentle, mild mannered man.
Yeah.
But the one sort of, speaking to him, he was so gentle about cricket and so sort of warm. But the one thing that would absolutely tip him over and make him so angry was just the invasion and what it's done to Ukraine. So he, is a very eloquent way to put it of how just kind of, they tried so hard to bring Ukraine to potentially kind of, the World Cup qualification, T20, series in Europe against other international sides. All of this is now destroyed, and there's no clear way of how to put it back together again.
Well, it is. Once more, just so we'll obviously put all the details of where to buy the book in the notes that you'll get when you listen to this podcast as you're drinking with us in the Bishop and Bear, so people can find out exactly how to get hold of it. It's a terrific read, unbelievably topical, and really, inspiring, thought-provoking, all things. So I apologise if I'm a bit distracted at the moment. My cat the pub's cat appears to have found a fly and is going absolutely ballistic. So I'm afraid he's going to jump and break literally everything behind the bar. That's why I keep looking around. Let's move on, if we may, to talk about the T20, Jonathan. Have you been watching it?
I've been following. So I've been, for work, I've been in Kyrgyzstan last week, which luckily is in a very helpful time zone because the ICC wants all the viewers in that part of Asia. So it's been helpful being in Central Asia. Kind of, I've been able to tune into games, follow them online. So yeah, I'm following.
Well, we'll have a little run through now that it's all split into the Super 8s. I thought it'd be quite fun to just have a little look at what we think of each team, and then I guess between the three of us, figure out where our money is now. We mentioned Afghanistan. Bear, what do you reckon? Everyone's dark horses?
Yeah, everyone's dark horses. I think their problem will always be, I think we all think that Afghanistan have got a fairly decent bowling attack with Rashid Khan and the other leggy who I can't remember. And a couple of decent pacers, not great, but I think they'll always struggle. The one problem that Afghanistan will always struggle with is batting. Although, as Atha said in something that someone put on our WhatsApp group, the thing about T20, and we've mentioned this a number of times, is that it kind of lowers the barriers between the good teams and the bad teams. Just being a 20-over thrash, it tends towards more of the mean of it being an even contest, really. With 10 wickets and 20 overs, everyone can have a thrash, and if you have a good day, you can get a decent score. You can always disrupt the opposition. So I think Afghanistan are definitely having a shout.
Got the top scorer in, I think, Gabaz. Well, he was, I think, if I'm right. You're thinking of Majib, who's your other spinner.
Yeah, that's it, Majib, that's right. But didn't someone get 98 and 53 balls yesterday? Puran.
They did. That was Nicholas Puran.
Yeah. He's the highest scorer.
Yeah, I think ultimately possibly going to be overpowered. Australia, Jonathan, just for fun, because you're clearly a man who knows how to balance a political argument with great skill. What if they lost to Scotland?
They had lost to Scotland.
What could have happened there?
So I was actually following that at Kyrgyzstan's airport, and
Yeah.
I had to board with Australia needing sort of, what was it? I forget what they needed, but it was kind of about sort of 10 and over with quite a few wickets, and I was pretty sure they'd do it. And when I got to my connection, I kind of saw they did. It would have been great if Scotland qualified. I think the kind of, I've written a book about. I've written a book about a kind of a potential associate, kind of tiny nation, and how much they bring to cricket, and how much these stories, how much cricket needs these stories from the associate world. So Scotland making the Super 8s would have been fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I was more thinking of the
not at the expense of England.
A, at the expense of England, and B, the weakened Australian team, or the changed Australian team that dropped their 6 catches and fell about laughing.
Put in, who did they bring in? They brought in, was it Stark and Ellis or someone Ellis?
Stark and Nathan Ellis.
Yeah,
which aren't not bad.
No, it's not.
I'll give you. It was.
But I got to say, on that one, I've fallen asleep on a sofa watching the end of one game, I think, and then I woke up at like 1:30 in the morning, just as Muncie was banging away, he hit someone for about 3 sixes. Then I fell asleep again, and I woke up at 5, nearly 4:45, I think, on the sofa, which is pretty poor going, really. But just to find out that Australia won, and then I looked at the scorecard and they won with 2 balls to spare. I was like, fuck me, that was
they
close.
left it late. I think they realised, shit, what if we do lose here? That after Hazelwood. You mentioned Scotland, actually. There's a really interesting quote by I think it was their captain. Every year, he said, every World Cup, we turn up, we play well. Everyone goes, wow, these guys are pretty good. And then we get totally forgotten for the next 2 years or 3 years or whatever it is. And then the whole cycle repeats itself, Not what you could say about their Euro performances, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
that might be a different story.
Later today, isn't it?
Bangladesh, Bear.
Well,
bit
they
like
scrape,
England.
bit like England, they scrape through. I wouldn't back them to go too much further. They're a bit too fragile, really. And too many old guys. I mean, they're still relying on Shakib and Mamadullah, really. And they've got a couple of decent players, but when push comes to shove, I think they'll get beaten by the bigger teams.
And Jonathan, India, what odds on a 3rd consecutive final versus Australia?
I'm pretty sure that the Indian guys from Ukrainian cricket will be listening, so I've got to talk them up, haven't I?
Yes, that's true.
It just has to be their time. they're phenomenally strong in depth. If you look at the players they're not picking, there's no place for. I've now forgotten his name. The leg spinner that did so well in the World Cup and the IPL. And him, but I meant someone else.
Damper?
No, he's not Indian, is he, Tony?
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Chahar? No.
Chahar, there we are.
Chahar, yeah.
Yeah, on paper, they're probably the strongest players. It's just whether they can get over the finish line this time.
Well, also, the way Group 1 is now constructed, it's hard, I think, to look past India and Australia as 1 and 2, which then means they wouldn't play each other in the semi-final, which then means we could be looking at the World Test Championship, the World Cup, and now the World T20.
No, England are going to win it, mate.
Yeah. All as being, the sort of the triumvirate of games where Australia plays India. Well, Bear, we'll come on to whether they will or not. In fact, England, okay. So that's Group 1, Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, India. Do we sort of agree it's hard to look past Australia and India qualifying?
You'd have to say that, yeah.
A little bit less clear in Group 2, which appears to be much more the group of death, I think, than the Group 1, to be honest. England, Bear, squeaked through, but they need to find another gear, don't they?
Well, I mean, how much cricket have they actually played? That's the problem. They didn't bat against Scotland. They got 3 overs against Oman. Was it 3.1 overs to knock off whatever it was, 60, which was good, but then it was Oman, so what do you get out of that? Not a lot. 10 overs against... Who was it they got 10 overs against?
Namibia. It started off as 11 and then got shorter still.
It got shorter still, but they managed to score 120 in 10 overs, so you think, well, that's good, but then again, it's Namibia. And the one game against the top team where they got the full beans was against Australia, which was the first game of the tournament, and they looked a little bit ropey. It got to improve, but there's certainly the firepower. I mean, this is the thing about this tournament. As I said earlier, it's T20. There are 4 or 5 teams that can win this quite easily on their day, and it's a question of being right on the day, isn't it? I mean, West Indies look pretty good. They've won 5 out of 5, and they've got the highest score of the tournament.
They won their last 8. They won their 8 or even 9, I think, after the thumping of Afghanistan. So they're on a roll of 8 consecutive wins, I think it is.
Well, what will be interesting is Groves' laid tonight. It's supposed to be a batting wicket under lights.
It is.
West Indies are at home, big score. So
it's where they played Afghanistan.
Could be fun. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that, even though it is starting at 1:30 in the morning, and I might be a little bit groggy.
There, I'll be there. I'll be nudging you with a big pointy stick if you nod off. Jonathan, South Africa.
Win it.
I go along with that.
But having seen, on paper, they're kind of any number of 5-6 players can score runs. Bowling attack is balanced and strong and in form. So.
Well, I will say this about South Africa. South Africa played they played in New York, didn't they? Predominantly on that wicket that was great fun to watch, but probably not great if you're a batsman. The top 6 has done bugger all, and on that wicket, being a pace bowler was really helpful. Now, what I will say,
Nokia liked it.
Well, exactly. But then when you go somewhere that's batter friendly, pace will go, and they do have a lot of pace, and they rely on a lot of pace, and so it'll be interesting if it becomes if they go somewhere that's a flat deck up against. I mean, look, they got biffers in all the way through their top 6, and so that hasn't helped their batting. So equally, it can flip around there, and someone like Quinton de Kock could score you, 44, 100, etc., etc. But I think their bowling may come under pressure on some of the flatter tracks. Is what I will say. Even though it's pacey, pace goes. As we saw, Mark Wood got hit for 22 or 26 in his first over in the World Cup by Travis Head and David Warner. So you get it wrong as a pace man in T20, you can go a long way.
I love Woody, but I think he lacks the variety in the shorter formats. That's always going to be the danger. I think. We've got to talk. We've sort of covered the West Indies, that 8-game winning streak, heaps of power, home advantage. did strike me though, Jonathan, they're having to rouse the locals to be more vocal than the English tourists. I mean, the crowd. I've seen videos where they're going, "Come on down, come and support us. You know, we can do this." Blah blah blah. I was thinking they really shouldn't have to at home. It just strikes me as a bit sad that they're having to almost beg their fans to turn up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm old enough to remember sort of Ambrose Walsh, Lara era West Indian crowds. So kind of when I watched my first test tours on TV, and kind of the crowd were incredible, kind of very vocal. But it feels like this year they've got a team that's worth shouting about. Kind of maybe not the biggest names they've had. You look down their side, and it's not kind of it's not the bigger names, but they're all doing well. They're all contributing.
Well, we've seen the power. We remember that 3-2 series against England just after the World Cup when England went there. Shook the team up a bit, but the awesome power of the batting. Particularly, I think Sam Curran. I remember, didn't he go for about 60 or something? What in the first
game?
Absolutely got pummeled. They've got the bowlers with the muscle and the strike rate, and they've got some canny. Batsmen, and they've got some canny bowling. They would be my current bet. I've got a feeling home advantage is going to count a lot for them. Knowledge of conditions. We're supposed to have, who is it? Pollard.
Kieran Pollard.
Well, either they're not. I don't know if England are listening to him, but his local knowledge has been a bit shaky, I think, at the moment. Last one to talk about, Jonathan. USA. They're going to have to really, now they're not playing in the USA. They're going to have to really punch above their weight. Is it a bridge too far?
I think it will be, but they've certainly already done. They've done what they set out to do and more. By qualifying. The world of cricket now knows about them, even if the USA itself might not. So, for example, I follow cricket, pretty closely, but didn't know an awful lot about the USA team. And having watched them play now, their bowlers are much stronger than I thought they would be. So let's hope that kind of the ICC can get a bit of support in the next few years to help them moving forward.
Yep. And what about just the last thought, the experiment, if you like, of the games in the US, a complete or a qualified success? Do we think? Bear, what about you?
Well, the fact that so many games got rained off in Florida, I never really got to see a game in Florida.
Not many people did.
No. I really enjoyed the cricket in New York, I have to say. I mean, a lot of people were saying it's not T20, the pitches were too helpful for the bowlers, etc, etc, etc. But there's a panacea to watching the bullshit that went on in the IPL with impact players and scores of 260. And basically bowlers being relegated to being bowling machines for batsmen to slog it all around the park. Was a breath of fresh air for me, and it made games competitive, and it made games competitive all the way through, because low scores mean that if someone does somehow manage to get in on that track and swing a few sixes, suddenly the game is switched around. If you're chasing a target of 120, needing 50 or 50 balls, and it looks easy, it's not. And you have to work hard to win the game, and it makes cricket properly cricket, a genuine duel between bat and ball rather than just a slogfest. And so I hope that it has grabbed some. I mean, I don't think you need to see the ball. I mean, if you're an American and know nothing about cricket, most sport is born out of the drama of close finishes and stuff like that. And we certainly had a lot of those in New York. The games were never closed out with ease, particularly. It was always hard chasing a small score, and so small scores became the thing, and it was exhilarating to watch for a change in a T20. I have to say, I think it was great.
I was just going to say that I think for a gateway into cricket, American viewers, if there are any, might have wanted to see 2 sixes and over and high scoring games and the ball being hit out of the park. I watched the Super Over against Pakistan. Incredible game of cricket, and I was nervous watching. It was a great finish. But I just wonder whether, if it's an American viewer watching for the first time, whether the nuance of how great that Super Over was might have been lost on them, and it would be better to have sort of hits and a few home runs. But
but there still were. I mean, that's the thing about cricket. There were still boundaries. I mean, there just wasn't 2 and over. I mean, it doesn't have to be. A big hit is still a big hit, and it's good to watch. And there were still some fairly decent scores occasionally posted. There weren't that many 50s scored at the ground, but what the hell, I think it was good for the game.
Well, we probably should. It's drinking up time. So thank you to everyone who's joined us in the Bishop of Bear. We're going to have to ringing that last orders bell. Now, in terms of our where our money's going, Jonathan, I think you came down fairly squarely for South Africa as your call. Is that you sticking with that one?
I said that, and then I think you might have talked me out of it. So I feel like if it was a normal tournament with, let's say, normal wickets and no rain, you probably couldn't look past Australia, India, England. I just feel this tournament has got so many different variables, and it feels different. It's going to be one of the home team. I can see West Indies kind of doing it, or South Africa. But I can't come on your show and just say sort of England, Australia. So I'll go for West Indies.
You're going West Indies. Well, funny you should say that, because so am I. I just think their confidence is so high. They've got that awesome power. I think they're the ones more likely to disrupt India or Australia in the semi-final if they get there. The thing about that Group 2, though, if you look at Group 1, you go, there's only going to be 2 teams coming out of this group. If you look at Group 2, you go, there's 3 teams, and I'm far from discounting the USA, but it would be one of cricket's miracles.
Well, the weird thing is, England could lose to the West Indies could lose to South Africa, and South Africa could lose to England, and they all beat the USA, and they all go down a run rate, which would be quite entertaining. It
could all be lots of permutations. I mean, basically, groups of 5 have become 2 groups of 4.
Yeah.
So you got one less game, which means you lose, you're in the mire a lot more. But West Indies for me, Jonathan's slightly hedging his bets, but he's going West Indies or South Africa. What about you, Bear?
Well, I put money on England because the odds are good at 9-2, so I'm going to stick with my bet.
Yeah, driven by financial rather than patriotic
as
motivation,
always,
but nonetheless,
just happened to be in the same line. Well, I thought England as champions. This is it. I mean, there are 5 teams who can win it. For me, it's a question of who gets. I mean, if you can get out into the semis, you've got to win 2 games basically, in the thrash. Could be anyone.
Well, rest assured, in fact, by the time. Then for you before we kind of move on and maybe talk about some other things is from your 22 or indeed any you may have considered since, do you have a personal ultimate that you go, well, if I had to just put one of them in front of me going over the top, who would it? Could you do that? Is there one?
I think the obvious and iconic cricket hard man is Brian Close, for reasons we've discussed already. But if you ask me my favourite, and this is probably one you would never guess, even though my childhood heroes were Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, you know, I opened the batting in league cricket, but I'm a much more relatively limited player than those.
Is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and today in our bar we're going to be discussing social cricket. What on earth, you may say, is social cricket? Well, it's what Sixes does, bringing people together to experience the thrill, drama and energy of cricket, but not as we might normally know it. Reimagining and challenging almost every stereotype around our game. Sixes delivers world-class hospitality. Now, I can vouch for that because I've been there loads of times, I've got to be honest. Alongside an adrenaline-fueled and completely thrilling batting challenge that's even got some of the world's top players hooked. And tempted, I'm delighted to say, we are delighted to say, the Bear and I, from his own bar and into ours, is Andy Waugh, co-founder with his partner Callum of Sixes Social Cricket. Andy, a huge welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, you're most welcome. Now, you're on our bar stool of bravado, so the first thing we'd like to offer you is a drink. We've just had a delivery of the Glen Moray Phoenix Rising, voted by Forbes as the world's finest single malt, apparently.
I mean, I do love my whiskey, so I'm not going to say no to that.
I do. I'm a big fan of whiskey myself, I have to say.
There it was. Whether you trust Forbes magazine necessarily.
No.
Wow. I think we actually pronounce it Glen Murray as well.
Well,
pronounced Murray.
Not like the eel.
It's not like the eel. It's Moray is Murray. I mean, maybe it's different on the international scene, but I'm actually not from. I grew up kind of not far from there, so yeah, we're very particular about how we say our names and places.
I'm not going to challenge your Scottish pronunciation because it's going to be way better than
any of ours. Well, you're true.
That's like Moray Firth, right? Moray
exactly,
Firth,
yeah.
Moray, it's the same. Yeah,
it's Murray. Yeah, Murray, as we say.
Murray.
I don't know. We're probably the idiots, by the way. I don't know.
No, you're absolutely fine. Well, that's what I mean. I the Bear hasn't, but I have. I've been to Sixes a few times for various dues, parties, birthdays. Quite often, it seems to be.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about. Well, Sixes itself, but also, you know, your kind of story and how you, because I don't think you were a cricketer. You're a caterer by trade, aren't you?
Yeah. So we effectively Sixes is supposed to be we want to be the world's greatest and biggest cricket party. So we want to celebrate and have fun. That's what it's about. So we want to have a top class bar, great food, and have these cricket nets that kind of keep you entertained for a while. But yeah, my background, as I mentioned a minute ago, grew up in the north of Scotland, where cricket isn't massive, as you can imagine. However, there is a scene, and actually, as a little kid, my dad used to play every Sunday. We'd go along to a place called Dornoch, which has got a world-class golf course there, and we would go and watch him play on a Sunday. We'd bring a bit, some pieces and whatever it was, and there was a very social occasion. They'd play a game of cricket, and then we'd go to the pub afterwards. So that was my kind of like, I don't know, my introduction to the game of cricket, but I never got to play it at all because I was a bit too young. And then, yeah, moved down to London. Callum and I had a restaurant before called Mac and Wild, which was great little place. We had 3 sites. We were in the Michelin Guide. All sorts of awards we'd won. But it was just a very tough business. And we kind of saw what was happening with the likes of like Flight Club and Top Golf and these other kind of activity bars. And just realised that this is the future of kind of retail and hospitality, places for people to go and have fun and not necessarily drink. You know, a lot of people don't drink these days, so you still need somewhere to go and be social. And corporates want to do it, birthdays want to do it, so you can go there, have a party, and you know obviously we will enable as much drinking as possible. But if you don't want to, you can still have a bit of a dance on the table and a bit of a giggle.
Well, I'm not sure I've danced on the table, but I think
I've done that in my past.
Yes, you've danced naked on somebody's day in flat. Who was it? Michael Caine's flat.
Michael Caine's flat. Yes.
Not that he was there at the time, I have to point out.
No, he wasn't. I was there on my own. Yes.
Stark bollock naked is just too horrible a thought. Now I think, because I'm a huge Middlesex fan, I think from the early days of sort of thinking about cricket as an opportunity and how you might bring those things together, doesn't David Nash somewhere play a role in that story?
Yeah, so he seems to come up in conversation all the time. So yeah, David Nash was he wicketkeeper for Middlesex?
He was, yeah, he was Middlesex wicketkeeper for a few years.
So it's quite funny. We had this business, Mac and Wild, our old restaurant, which we were basically closed during COVID. But we've been working in the background on this Sixes venture, and the number of people we spoke to who basically laughed in our face when we told them we were going to open up a restaurant and bar. This is deepest, darkest COVID, and we're going to stick some cricket nets in the back, and it's going to be the next thing. And honestly, 100 people must have laughed at us, and for somehow we got speaking to Nashi, and he loved it. I fucking love it. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. And he was like, and then he was our first investor.
Right.
And I don't know how well you know Nashi, but he's a ball of energy and enthusiasm and just a brilliant human being. So he kind of made a few phone calls, and then Straussy got involved. So him and Straussy are mates. And yeah, this is.
You're not going to open a whole string of high performance bars now, are you? As a sort of.
No, we're not really about fitness.
I mean, one of the obvious questions I would say as an investor is, you're going to say, I mean, are the nets full 22 yards?
No. So this is the problem. We have a lot of like cricketers who want it to be, this is cricket, and I see it as a superpower because I come about this from a completely, non-cricket vibe, and like although we want, cricketers come because it's cricket, but we want it to be inclusive to everyone. So Debbie from accounts, or Andy from Highlands, or whoever it is that's never really played cricket before can come and have fun. And cricketers come in too. We've had a lot of the big boys come in there, and it's been challenging. Yeah. So Yuvraj Singh walked in off the street, and I think he got bowled in his first ball, and it was pretty hilarious.
So how? I mean, this is it. Tone's been there. I've never been to one. I mean, I to be fair, I'd actually not heard of it until we were going to do this, and it sounds like fun, and I now want to go. But I mean, so how long are the nets? How long do you get to see the ball? I mean, this is a question for a cricketer.
So it's a 9 meter length.
Okay.
So it's obviously there's a meter of it is kind of tech and hardware, which you don't see. So it's an 8 meter kind of length. So where the ball comes out. So the ball comes out a bit higher, just above head height, and you have to react a bit faster than in a real game of cricket because you don't have that length of the ball to move as much.
Yeah.
But we've got a great mode for the people that do fancy themselves. There's a World Cup mode, which is the 12 most iconic balls from the history of the World Cup. So you've got
you should say that.
Well, I was going to say, we did. Are you using the company that we went and did a promo for 3
years? Is it
BatFast
technology?
Yeah, so BatFast are our kind of tech partner.
Yeah, we did that.
We went up to Nottingham just before COVID, just before 2019,
Okay.
and we did kind of a documentary with them, and we faced all of those balls. So we faced Wazim Akram's toe crushers, we faced Shane Warne's ball of the century,
which I smashed through the leg
couple of
side, I must
Malingers.
say, for 4 runs.
So there you go. What you'd kill it in here. You can come down.
I want to have a go.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, we've kind of tweaked the tech has been, we put it through its paces, because when Batfast had it, when we first kind of partnered, I don't think they appreciated how many balls we'd actually put through the place every year. So I think it was something like 20 million have kind of gone through over the last 3 years. So yeah, this is a great stat, and I'm not sure if it's a good one or a bad one, but more people will play sixes this year than will play real cricket.
Ooh, I'm coming on to that. So just we wanted to chat about the bridge between the real thing and yourselves, but that is a really interesting.
So I was a bit saddened when I first heard that, and I thought this is terrible, and we're taking people away, but we're not. We're literally not taking. The cricketers are still playing. Like cricket numbers are not going down, but we've got this whole swarm of people that may be interested in cricket, and I've signed up to play my first game in a couple of weeks. The 25th of May, I'm playing a game, so I'm going to get padded and face a real ball and a real crease and real conditions and see how I get on.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you never played before, and now you've done this,
played.
And now have you joined with a team? And
yeah, so we're playing with a guy called Toby who runs Cricket District. So
yes, we know Toby Marriott, right?
Yeah. So he said, "Look, Andy, I'm always looking for people. It's a bit of fun. I'm not sure how much fun." I told a couple of dads at school the other day, and they were like, "Mate, you're crazy. It's really quite tough and dangerous." So I don't know. Let's see how it goes.
I think he's quite a decent player. I think so. I think
he's very good.
It'll be a decent level, Andy. But
just swing. Try and hit those sixes, you'll be fine.
Exactly. I've got one. I've got one shot in me, and it's straight back down as hard as I can fucking do it.
Well, I didn't have noticed when I've been there with my family, or extended family. My lad's fiance is excellent, but she gets her front foot forward and swings through the ball. And then her mum was doing that, and she was getting hold of it. Now they work because you've got kind of essentially for parties you have sort of 3 settings, as I recall. It may have changed, but
5,
you can have 5, is it? But you work your way up through degrees of difficulty, by and large, right? But yeah, essentially hand-eye coordination and foot movement, whether you're doing it off 9 yards with a bat-fast simulator and having had a couple of pints, or whether you're doing it in 22 yards, the basics are still there. The basics are absolutely still there. And I've never gone with anyone who didn't enjoy it. Honestly, I'm not just saying that because you're here. I've never ever gone with anyone who hasn't really enjoyed it. It's great fun.
Well, I think that for me, it's like kind of proof of concept is how much fun I find it. Like I'm not a cricketer, and I love it. Like, I just can't get enough of going in there, competing against friends, and the fact you can put a handicap on it does make it so that I can play against my children or. And obviously it knows how old you are as well, so it kind of adjusts the settings accordingly.
So can I bespoke it to the point now where if we were to come to you and go, actually, do you know what? I'd quite like to face Wazim Akram, and I'd like to face the ball that got Mike Gatting out, and give me a couple of Lasith Malinga's World Cup deliveries. Can you do that, or are they just sort of mixed in when you go to like the highest level?
So you can't pick the exact person to play against, but in the World Cup mode there are obviously the 12 bowlers. But when you go in, you have your 5 levels. So you've got beginner, and it kind of just drops in front of you, and it's almost impossible to miss it. Amateur kind of comes up a little bit. Beginner, amateur, club, professional, and then world class, because we added the world class into.
I think I was playing club when I did it.
Club's actually quite hard because
it is.
you got to think, because the World Cup mode, it just comes out so fast. You just swing and you just got to go for it. Whereas on club, there's a bit more time to adjust and be quite tricky. But it's quite interesting. We look at the journey of males versus females. So women tend, if you've never been before and you're not a cricketer, women tend to do a lot better, and that is because we couldn't work out why women were doing so much better.
Male ego.
Well, pretty much. Women go in, they go straight into beginner, and then next over they'll go into amateur, then they'll go club, then they'll go into professional, and then they'll go, I'm going to go back down to club. Whereas men go straight into beginner, and they go, yeah, I nailed that, put me on world class. And then they sit at world class, and you can watch them playing, and we were kind of very aware of this. So I'd go up to a group of guys and be like, guys, I just saw you've got, 5 maidens in a row. You can go down a level and make it a bit easier. And they're like, yeah, I know. Like,
no.
They're like, we're not going down. We're here. So yeah, we're
that's interesting. So I stress this is people who've never played, not a general gender distinction, but women who have never played say, right, I'm going to get used to this, and they play the easy version. Blokes just go, give me the hard one. How hard can it be? And then they probably screw.
And they sit there. And do you know what? Even people that have played before still like have a kind of. Men are just a bit silly when it comes to being competitive, whereas women are just there to kind of a bit more sensible win. I don't know what it is.
For someone who's never been, how do you score it?
So
we went to bat fast, and obviously it was just in a net, so there was no scoring system.
So we kind of turboed it up significantly from probably what you played, but we've got these pressure pads kind of dotted all over the place. So there's a number on the pad. So if there's a 3 on there or a 4, if you hit that pad, you score 3 runs. If you hit that one, you get 4 runs. There are 2 6s at the top, and you've got two
back over the bowler's head
behind you.
It's normally a profitable shot.
Exactly. It's just drive it straight back down and hit the best. But we've added a dill scoop, so you can flick it behind you and get the six behind you. We're working on ball tracking technology. That's something that we might do, but I just quite like how tactile it is. You hit that target, that's what you score. There's no, blaming technology for.
You should follow the IPL, and then you have DRS reviews, and then during the DRS reviews, you're going to be advertising your drink or meal of the day, and so you're going to, it's not Seat tyres for you.
Yeah, well, no, you can have
Seat
time out.
Pizza du jour and whatever, and away you go. Strategic timeouts.
We should probably do something like that. But I actually love the IPL. I think it's brilliant. I've been watching it quite a lot this year, and they just keep on smashing it, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because that a very good friend of ours has just written an article. I think it was in the Hindu Times, I think, but he's an author and writer generally in Indo, and he's come to the conclusion that the IPL is really, it's an entertainment vehicle where the entertainment just happens to be, or the vehicle just happens to be cricket.
Yeah.
But it's really all about fun. It's all about entertainment, and because people are so. Slice it, dice it, make it consumable content-wise, all of those things. The IPL has become what the IPL has become. And in some ways, you can see, it's all about big hitting. I mean, the records this year, haven't there been 4 records broken for high scores just in this IPL? I think of the top 20 IPL scores ever, 11 have been something like 11. Within the top 20, 11 have come this year. That was what it was. Yeah,
really,
which is just nuts. Absolutely, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well, that's because 12 aside.
Well, 12 aside. Yes, there is that. The impact sub. Oh, you could do impact subs as well. That would be interesting. Bring Grandma on. Bring your mum on as impact sub for the second innings. So currently, you were at 11. You started in Fulham, I think. Was that the first one, Fulham?
Yeah, Fulham's first site. So that's a little lovely, red brick pub.
Yeah.
With a couple of nets out the back, and there's flowers kind of draping all over the place. It's such a lovely spot. But there was only space to put 2 nets in, so we kind of want sites for full 6 sites where we could put a minimum of 4 nets and create that kind of atmosphere. I think it's 11 or 12 sites we're at now. So
Wow. Okay. So and I know you've got London because you've got Shepherd's Bush and Bloomsbury, I think. Manchester, Birmingham, Southampton. So you've got 4 test grounds covered. Looking at Durham and Cardiff.
Yeah, I'd love to. We've looked at a load of sites in Cardiff, so it just hasn't come right. Cardiff's such a great city as well. I love it there, and Durham too. But we've not settled in Durham. But Leeds is on the hit list at the moment.
Oh, I forgot Headingley.
We need Headingley, yeah.
You do need Headingley.
Then we're pretty much covered. There's so many. Well, I don't know where else we would to look at. And maybe down in Somerset.
But Annie will be happy. She'll be saying, I can hear her screaming now, going, "Why is Somerset always mentioned last?"
Oh, really?
Because we're not a test match ground.
Nottingham? The last. Nottingham, yeah, we're looking at Nottingham too, but again, it's really hard to find spaces. So the problem is because our nets are so big. I know they're not quite as big as a proper cricket pitch, but they are 9 by 3 meters. And it's really quite awkward to find spaces where you can get 4 of them in, unless they're kind of like new builds way out of town. So we kind of want quite nice, vibrant areas.
You need ex-warehouses or industrial buildings, I imagine, don't you? And then you probably then do you have to get bloody alcohol license? Hold on a minute.
Yeah, you need a license. Yeah.
So as well as the sort of the in-house side of it, do you have any partnerships with cricket clubs? So if I'm in London, might I have an alliance with the Middlesex or Surrey? If I'm in Manchester, with Lancashire, is there any thought you've given perhaps to, because to me, and it kind of gets on a little bit to that link between the social side of it and just watching cricket, which itself can be incredibly social, and therefore playing it. Those two should almost work closer together.
Yeah. We do work with a lot of the clubs, and we put on events and we have partnerships with them, but nothing like, I don't know what exactly you're suggesting, but we're not kind of affiliated with anyone as an official partner. But yeah, we want to be able to, for cricket teams to be able to socialise together outside the season. In the winter, you can come and play and have fun and have a bit of a party with us. But
if I was Middlesex or Surrey, or indeed anyone, I'd be knocking your door down and I'd be going, just tell people, if you want to come and see it, the real thing. Here's your introductory offer to come and watch a Blast game. Done.
Well, yeah, I think there probably is more of a conversation to be had there. And we do have a really good relationship with the guys at the Oval, and as a business, we go out and it's quite funny. Not many. I don't know. We've got a couple of cricketers in our senior team, but none of us are really massive cricket, nerds. But we love going down to watch the 100 and just having a day in the summer, having a day out, evening out, watch a bit of cricket, have some drinks, do some socialising. It's good times. But
I think you did some things with Sussex as well. Did I dream that? You had the truck for a while, didn't you?
Oh yeah,
you had sort of the truck tour that would go around.
Yeah, we were kind of emulating another Christmas truck and driving it around, it's great fun. So we need to try and work out what we're going to do with that over the next. I think we've got a bit of a marketing plan over the next few months. But yeah, a little remote truck or net to go and set up was quite fun.
Quite easy to do, I imagine. You stick it in the back of an Arctic.
Yeah.
Walk your foot.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it's about the right width, right length, isn't it?
Perfect.
Yeah.
You're a truck driver in your spare time?
No. Well, I'll get you I'm do an HGV license. You can employ me. Yeah.
Clive Lloyd's personal chauffeur in his spare time. So World T20 is coming up, Andy. Now, obviously, the US, big opportunity. A lot of them are in the US. I think it's Dallas, Lauderhill, New York. I think are probably the 3 big centres.
Yeah.
Isn't Dallas next on your punch list of places to be? And is there a whole strategy there linked to the awareness of the world?
We're actually open there already. So we opened there end of last summer, sort of August, September time. and yeah, so we're set up, ready for action there. We were kind of getting mixed up with my time now, but yeah, the MLC launched last summer as well, so we had a bit of action there, which was really good fun. Really, it's so hot though, like insanely hot in Dallas. And then we'd like to, we'll be very much kind of a part of that, and doing a load of events in the Dallas site. Is it June? Kicks off in June.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it does. It does indeed. We know. We've just been planning all of our coverage for it.
Are you going out there?
No, we're not going out there.
We'll
do it off tube. So we do it off tube, but some of the timings are quite interesting, because you've basically got tranches of games which tend to be 1:30 in the morning UK time.
Oh right.
Or 3:30 in the afternoon, which is fine.
And then 3:30 or evening games in the afternoon, which are absolutely. So we're working out with our Australian partners and brothers and sisters, and we'll between us we'll figure out a way to get most of it done. Now you do have some sort of quite interesting investors. I think you mentioned Yuvraj Singh, but I think there's Ben Stokes, Jofra Archer, Stuart Broad. Aren't they all part of a forecast investment? Isn't that their kind of vehicle?
Yeah, they're involved, and they kind of come in as a forecast. They've got a lot of kind of sports talent that they make investments. So it's cool. It's great. UV just walked in off the street, and I didn't actually know who he was. And, I think he asked to see the owner or something. I can't remember what it was, and I got called up to speak to this lad, and I was, I genuinely, ignorantly didn't know who he was, and just started taking the piss out of him and having a laugh, and we just got on really well. And then he asked for another meeting, and I thought I'd better Google who he was, and found out exactly who he was. So.
At some point, you'll have gone, we should have a special setting called Stuart Broad for him.
Yeah, well, Stuart Broad's involved now as well, so I'd love to get them together. I just don't think...
There's a publicity. There's a piece of publicity just waiting to happen, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Making up in a bar, broad bowling to
fun.
Yuvraj Singh. That would be so cool. I'd pay good money to see that, I'll tell you.
I think we could do something quite fun and like entertaining around it. So I'm not sure where that is right now, but definitely we need to sort of have a meet up. It's quite hard to get everyone together these days.
Yeah, well.
But,
so do you have any plans for the World Cup? Are you doing sort of themed events for the World T20?
We'll be showing all the games, and we've kind of got quite a few exclusive bookings and stuff like that. So
excellent.
And activations, and we just do what we do. Like, we'll just be really busy. It'll be a really good fun place to watch it. So there's our new site, London Bridge, has recently opened, and it's got an amazing area for watching sport. So there's a big old restaurant for sitting down. There's screens and kind of all nooks and crannies. It's just a brilliant atmosphere. So I'll be spending a bit of time there. I'll be out in the US for a bit as well, so we'll be
perfect
doing some stuff, and hopefully getting to visit that lovely deserted island that you're somewhere in the West Indies for a couple of games.
I wish I was going out there. No, I'll be stuck in our flat in London. But London Bridge will be a local one, actually, to me. So,
is it?
I'm a southeastern, so.
All right, okay, great. Well, it's a good site. Yeah, I'm actually southeast as well. So,
whereabouts?
I live in Sydenham Hill, which is.
Oh my God!
You're literally around the corner.
You're literally around the corner from our studio.
That's so funny. You'll have to come in at some point.
You should come in.
Yeah. We're literally around the corner from you.
Yeah, we're Oxford Avenue, which is just off near Wells Park.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Really
What's the pub at the top of the hill that we often go to? The Wood House.
The Wood Vale.
The Wood House.
Yeah. So we're just down the hill from that on the left.
Yeah.
Cool.
Literally behind that council estate.
So I'm basically, if you go up to the pub and then walk straight down, there's a forest. You just walk through the forest and you'll be at my front door.
Oh well, we know. Yeah, you are literally just around the corner.
You are literally just around the corner. You should come into the studio. Christ, here's an invite to you. Christ, come in and watch a game with us and see what we do. That's good.
Yeah, that'd be fun. So, is that where you guys are now then? No.
No. We're at home now, but I mean,
we're in our pub at the moment.
I've had a flat there for years, and we basically one of the rooms there is our studio. So we got a little green screen set up, and we broadcast on there.
Yeah.
Cool.
to millions.
Well,
to
I'll
millions
either
of
go
maybe.
there or meet you in the pub. I'm happy to do either.
One or the
Right.
other. Fine by us.
Well, we should have a guerrilla evening doing sixes.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
then.
that obviously
Men and
comes
women
to
from the
mind as
boys and
well.
girls, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that
Well,
would
we'd be happy to do some sort of like prize or something. Do you do prizes or like competitions? Like that?
occasionally we have done, yeah, you know. So
Well, if you want to do a competition, we can sort out a net and some drinks or something for you guys. Or
Ooh, that's a good shout. Anyway, we'll talk about that
we've
off air.
talked about it off air. Yeah.
oh, sorry.
So the World Cup is coming up. I tell you, we did a fantastic thing for the Ashes last year. That's what made me think the time we worked with Ricky Ponting. We had wine evenings because Ricky's has been launching his wine brand, and he's massively into his wine. So we had a wine Ashes. We travel around cricket clubs, and we'd have wine tasting linked to a cricket quiz. It went absolutely mad. He loved it. He loved the idea, getting out amongst the grassroots.
And we had
clubs.
lots of free wine whilst we were on air, which is always good.
Some of which is still sitting in my hall.
Yes.
Oh,
you can bring that in, thank you.
Yeah, I keep saying I will.
I
It
paid
is
for
actually
it.
a bit less than it was originally now, but there we go. So the World Cup, Scotland. Then I've got to ask you about Scotland. What do you think? Everyone's got a puncher's chance, haven't they? Because everyone plays like 4 games in the initial rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I don't think you can write them off. They've obviously got probably bookies. It won't be bookies' favourite to win it, but just if they are listening, I will be out there, and I'm about to play my first game. I've been playing sixes for 4 years, so I will be available to play for them if necessary.
Well, that's all you got to do in T20, isn't it? Smash the ball.
Exactly.
As hard as
Slog
you
it.
can. I mean, I do think T20 is as you say. I mean, the shorter the format, the more it varies to the mean. I mean, everyone's just swinging from the offs, right? So even the smaller teams have got a puncher's chance, I reckon.
Exactly, and I think depending on how the kind of ball lays that day, then there's a chance. It's great to see the game kind of being played in these other countries, and Scotland particularly. They kind of had a bit of there's a bit of energy about their sport recently. So the rugby team's doing well, football team doing the Euros as well. They've obviously got this cricket team that I was looking at the team lineup the other day. There's quite a few Scots in the team as well, which is quite nice to see. There's quite a few Scots and a bunch of Safas and stuff that have kind of joined.
You got Brad Wheel in there, haven't you? I think, if I'm memory. But yeah, you're right. It's a very familiar looking squad, I think, from the last World Cup. I think Berrington, George Munsey, Michael Leask, Safian Sharif, Mark Watt, Carter. All of those stick in my memory from the last 2 World Cups, because they had 2 back-to-back because of COVID, didn't they? So maybe that's what they sound so sort of familiar to me.
But yeah, what do you think? Do you think they've got?
I think if you look at the games, you've got Namibia, Oman, Papua New Guinea, Uganda. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. And whilst we've been talking about the IPL, and you're going to say Australia, India, possibly England.
Oh, we're the bloody champions at the moment.
Well, we are.
We're defending
we were
champions.
champions in 50 over cricket. It didn't really help.
No, true.
So
I think Scotland play England at once. We've got a game.
Yeah, you will do. Yes, you will. You will. So I mean,
and you're bound to beat us because we always lose against the people we shouldn't lose to. So
the shorter the format, it wouldn't be the first time. Remember, Scotland have been before. The shorter the format, the more you've got a puncher's chance in it, I think. And that's a decentish Scottish squad. I think it would be a long shot, but I wouldn't completely say it's not a chance. I mean, for us, I think a lot of the interest is the teams you don't get to see so much. Nepal versus Uganda. Yeah. It's interesting just because you wouldn't normally see that on telly or watch that on telly. Any other plans in the US? So you've got Dallas is up and running. Are there other areas that you're going to look to?
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
open there?
The US is such a huge place. Love to do a site in New York, but
price-wise, I would imagine that's a challenge, isn't it?
It's tricky. Yeah,
New York.
I mean, how did it take on in Texas?
Dallas. Yeah, great. I had a great first 6 months. we are trying to open it up to more and more people. We've had a lot of cricket people coming in, so we're just trying to get the general public.
I was wondering how Joe Public in America. Do they even understand the concept?
So I assume that you ask any American, do you know about cricket? And they're like, yeah, I know about cricket. It's that like baseball game. And you're like, yeah, sure. Okay, you kind of know. And then they'll go, why is it called sixes? And you go, oh, you actually know nothing. Okay, so a six is like a home run. And they're like, oh, right, okay. But it's quite interesting when we talk to them about the difference between baseball and cricket. So in the average game of baseball, the number of home runs per game is like 1 or 2 per game. Whereas T20, you probably know that it's like 24 sixes in a game of T20
I think certainly this season, smaller ground,
I was
impact
going to say, at the last game we did was match 40, what was it last week? Match 50 or something, or match 48, and I think they just got over 1,000.
We're back. We are back after that extremely long rain break. I hope you used it for good benefit for yourselves, maybe a bit of lunch, maybe a bit of dinner, maybe a bit of breakfast, wherever you are in the world. Perhaps we should do a previously on Twin Peaks and remind you what actually happened before we went off for that rain break. So we had the power play, and the power play I think we all felt was pretty successful for India. India got 46 runs then. They only lost 2 wickets. The wickets to go were Kohli and Pant. The wicket takers were Topley and, remind me of the other one, Tony?
Good question.
It's completely gone out of my mind.
Chris Jordan.
But Chris Jordan is very interesting actually because
no, it wasn't Chris Jordan.
Oh,
the 2 wicketers, Sam Curran,
of course. Oh my God, Sam Curran's angry mum will be on the phone to us. How dare we treat her child like that? And then India got a bit of a move on in the subsequent overs that came. They got 19 from them, which is not a bad score at all. And when the rain came, India were 65 for 2 from 8 overs, and I think the feeling from here was that was a pretty good position for them to be in.
Yeah, I think so. We've been talking about 140 odd being about par in this World Cup, admittedly artificially kept low by a couple of scores, but it's a very spin friendly wicket. Pace off had been what's working. It's certainly been working for England. If you look at what Archer and Topley by and large were bowling, it was pace off, cutters, quite full. Anything short was there to punish. Anything more pitched up and particularly slanted across the batsman was what was doing the trick. I think just have a feeling that India will be the happier of the 2 at the moment.
Well, they certainly look it at the moment. They're striding to the crease now, bats over shoulders like woodcutters heading into a fairy tale. And it has been a bit of a fairy tale for them, particularly for Rohit, who seems to have carried on his very good form of the previous match. He always looks a fairly unassuming character, but there is a tiger within, and it's been scratching at England's faces so far. He's on 37 from only 26 deliveries, and Sky is on 13 from 7. And Bertie Bassett was coming on to bowl Liam Livingstone before the rain interrupted him so rudely, and he is still coming on to bowl. So shall we jingle him up?
We can do. Here he comes. Who have we got? Liam Livingstone?
Yeah.
You say? Here he's here.
I am Liam Livingstone. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
From the media centre.
I might have given a seamer a go just to see if anything got under the covers.
It does feel as Livingstone comes in, he's bowling leg spin, pitches that on Sky's feet, and Sky can't get it away. It's all a bit of a mess. Arms and legs are up in the air like some sort of fading house party. Yes, it feels like the plan has been in place and there is no improvisation around it, Andy.
Well,
Livingstone comes in again. This time Sky throws the bat at it and goes out in the opposite direction from which he intended it to go. I think it's fielded by Bairstow in there. Another dot ball. Andy, sorry.
Well, they had enough time to think about it.
They just It doesn't strike me that Joss is one of Live's great improvisers.
No, possibly not.
As Bertie Bassett rolls in again to the crease, it's shorter this time and can be whipped out onto the leg side, but still just a single. It also strikes me that this is an important part of the game. Tony was talking at the start about the quality of the Indian spinners versus the quality of the England spinners. We need Livingston to put in some hard yards here, or rather England do.
Well, it's interesting. He's coming ahead of Moeen again, or that's almost certainly because there's two right-handers at the crease.
Yeah. Rowett now on strike as Livingston comes in again. It's chipped up onto the leg side. The hand goes up from Livingston like a 1990s Arsenal defender. But there is only one run here. This is a good over, considering we've got a bit of punishment pre-rain.
Might sneak a quick over, cheap over in here, yes.
Yes, it's Burgle territory. Livingston in again. This time it's played more expansively by Sky, but it is fielded by Jordan, who is hanging out where Jordan always hangs out, and the throw comes in and is predictably good as well from England's gun fielder. There's one ball left in the over here. Yes. Do you think India are trying to take a bit of a look here, that this is a hard pitch to get going on again as Livingston comes in to complete the over? It's pushed towards Jordan again out on the boundary. It's a single once more. There's 4 from a very good over there after 9 overs, leaving India at Smutley Schoolboys 69 for 2.
2 plus 2 is a member.
Right, I was going to try and look at chat, but it's all disappeared. YouTube is really playing up today, because I know that one of the questions was from Brian in Brisbane going, hey, we can't see you on YouTube, and I know that, and that's because it's not letting me somehow find Andy. So let me jump over to Twitter in the meantime. If I have time, I don't know.
I think you've got time for one.
I can hear the thudding of Ursine tech support pause going, oh no, not again. Something's gone weird there, and Andy's not appearing there, and I'm not sure if I've done anything. We can see him there, we can't see him on YouTube broadcast.
Well, a deal is coming in here as our tech support arrives. There is a hoof attempt by Rowett there, but it doesn't have no avail again, and it goes to the one-man fielding team that is Chris Jordan. Rashid gets the ball back, tosses it round in his hand, slightly balding on top nowadays, but boy does he make up for that with the beard. We were watching some footage from him before.
Some of us wish we could do that.
Yeah, a simple transference. Once again, 95 comes in. Now, it pitches onto his foot. There is an appeal for an LBW here. Now, Butler is wandering down the pitch here. Everyone was appealing hard to it. It doesn't look out. And I think they admit defeat there. It's almost as though Butler wanted to get his steps in for the day. He wanted a little wander down to the middle of the pitch, but no avail. That was never going to be. I think it's just the excitement, wasn't it, of
it's
something
amazing
happening.
How many steps you get in a game of cricket. I was racking up 20,000.
Jesus, you must have
and
been
I wasn't even particularly mobile.
I was just sat on the boundary. A deal comes in again. It's wider this time, and it's flashed out driving by Sky, but it's fielding just a single there. I think 2 from the over so far. Is that because you were running from fine leg to mid off?
Yeah, I was going to say changing between the overs is a lot of it.
I think that's more than Harry Kane's managed in the whole of the Euro so far.
I think it sounds like it, yeah.
A deal in once more, number 95, shorter this time. Rowett is able to manipulate it onto the leg side, and they will actually it looked like they were going to try and take 2, but it wasn't there originally. Yes, Kane has been
shit.
I was going to say ponderous, but I think shit. I think it's not helped by his hangdog face that just makes it look as though something has just gone wrong.
He's always had that, though.
Yes, he has.
Had that.
He's just still the unlikely superstar, isn't he?
I'll come on to it after this ball.
A deal, throwing it from one hand to the other, practicing his spin. He comes in, the arms wheel up. This time it is not pitched at all, and Sky is able to sweep it round for a 4.
1 and 2.
I wonder if that's down to
3,
just the ball being harder to grip. It's been across a wet surface, because that was a horrible ball.
Yeah, it really got it did look like it slipped out of his hands there, didn't it, Andy?
A little bit. Now, cricket being cricket, are we going to have a 5-minute drinks break at the end of the 10th over? You know what? I think we probably are.
Well, we'll do a change and maybe a drinks, and that ball's even worse from Adil, but he actually gets away with that because it's swept squarer by Sky this time. So at the end of the 10 overs, with Andy taking over commentary, India are at 77 for 2.
Let's just see if we are going to have a drinks break. Maybe common sense has ruled and we won't. Yeah, looks like they're getting back to it. Anyway, when Harry Kane was going for his, medical and signing and whatnot at Bayern Munich, there was some video of him in the limo being driven to the club, and people saying, "Oh, look at him! He looks so he doesn't have a clue what's going on because he can't speak German." And I said, he always looks like that. He has this vaguely lost kind of look. Still, who am I to say? 8 Grillion goals for England.
It's supposed to be me, Andy, and Messi.
Okay.
Sorry, Lou.
Is it though? Livingston is in. I thought Tony had changed it. And Lear was coming in from Segir. Anyway, that one's played down to backward point. And there's no runs. Livingston continuing.
That's what...
You're not on the rotor, Bear.
Well, that's what Tones has told me. I don't know.
The one he's just sent out had Andy, me, and Segir, who is now Lee.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Clipped out to deep square for a single. Perhaps Tony can come in and clear that up.
That's just what he just told me. I don't know. I'm not looking at rotors. I don't do that shit,
Good on you.
Livingston's short. Oh, and it's lifted, but into the gap. That would seem to stick and bounce in the wicket a little bit. Archer with the fielding. Livingston doing well. 9 balls for 6 so far. You can be pleased with that.
Especially considering how easily he can be carded sometimes.
Well, he certainly has a few bad balls in him, but I think India are trying to set a bit of a platform here for Dubé and Hardik.
Well, they are, aren't they? And it's not a bad platform they have at 79 for 2. 10 overs to go.
And of course, these two can also be quite explosive.
Yeah.
Flicked into the leg side by Surya Kumar. Out to Phil Salt. It's just going to be 1. But he's keeping his powder a bit dry as well. 23 off 18 so far.
Yeah, they haven't been really explosive. It'd be quite handy to get them before they get really explosive.
Yeah, they've just been picking up boundaries. Rohit's going for the reverse, and he said it straight to either a deer or Moeen. I just saw a beard. Picked it up a backward point. It is Moeen. I thought that was in the air for half a second.
There's been shots in the air, but they're not going to people, are they?
Rohit's quite a few early on. I think they'd have slowed Rohit down a bit after that power play. Nonetheless, I think India are in a good position here. Livingston is in. Goes big this time, Rohit. That looks like it's going to be 6 over long on. It sure is.
Oof.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Sweet Jesus, one tongue over the line.
You're doing a Tony there, Bear.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I think they're being very sensible just in terms of playing themselves back in again rather than going hell for leather straight away. When I say playing yourselves back in, about 4 or 5 balls.
86 for 2, off 11. And Adil Rashid's going to continue. I've sorted out a couple of things on social media in the break. First of all, I posted that video of Devilfish singing Chocolate Rain, which is, God, even worse than I remember. Adil Rashid is in. That looked like the googly punched out to cover by Surya Kumar. And there's no run. And you might have seen Jez.
So you've adopted the Twitter standard of spreading shit, have you?
Absolutely. You might have seen my tweet confirming that is totally a Chad. Kilroy's just what's written on the wall.
I think Kilroy was there first.
Here comes Rashid. It's short, and Surya Kumar may feel he's missed out on that one. He's just clumped it out. It's deep mid wicket. He did get it in the gap though, and they go back for 2. Rohit nearing his 50.
Yeah, Jay Grover's saying, please don't come on to that, Andy. I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Could be anything. Harry Kane, Devilfish, who knows?
also
Swiped
says that-
away by Surya Kumar. I've no idea where it's gone, but it looks he's just gone out to mid-wicket for a single.
Big googly.
Oh.
Caught the inside edge. He didn't read it at all. He went for the big hit over the top.
Yeah.
So they've been pretty consistent, haven't they? 7.75.
That's what I'm saying. They kind of keep going on at the same kind of rate. There's not really been so much ebb and flow. That one's hit up to long on. Is it long on in the game here? No, bounces in front of him. And that's just a single, so no boundaries so far this over.
Well, we've been saying all along that 140 to 160 would probably be a decent score on this track. And they're certainly well set for that, aren't they?
Well, maybe the sun gets on it, might make it a bit better. Who knows? Certainly not me. Here comes Adil Rashid. It's a better ball, and again, he's had a huge swing, Surya Kumar Yadav, and he's got a bottom edge out to square leg where Topley picks it up. Down the track there as well. I think he was a goner if he missed that one.
Again, I think it was another googly, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, it can't be bad if you're getting Indian batsmen of this quality to misread you. Deal to completely over. That's too short, but Rohit misses out.
Good over.
Swings off his feet. This ball, these spinners, it might be sticking in the pitch a bit, I think. Rohit just got a bottom edge into nowhere. That's the end of the over. It's 91 for 2 off 12.
Jay says, I'm not saying Gangster Bear is the best bear, but my word, it does make me chuckle. Keeping your audience amused, Bear. Leah says she's in a new studio, moved from Hanover back to Rhineland. Chief Wardo says, so we're having an each way bet in English there. Oh, sorry, that's in relation to a discussion about Bayern Munich. Daniel Keevy says it's like there's a mosquito flying around Sky the way he's swinging. Yeah, it's very, very ugly, some of those swings. And on the whole, ineffective apart from the 1-6.
Right, Sammy Curran is going to continue. Flips the ball from one hand to the other. He's had 1 over for 6 so far, and he picked up the wicket of Rishabh Pant. Here he comes, left arm over. Up in the air from Surya Kumar. Is there someone underneath that one? No. Opens the face and puts it over point for 6.
Wow.
This song is just 6.
The way he looked after that, I'm not sure how deliberate it was, but it certainly was well in the gap. That's got the India fans going. Let's hope we get some uninterrupted cricket for most of the rest of this game. Is Curran, can he come back? Slower ball, it's clipped down to long leg. There should be someone around, and that looks like just a single. Is that 50 for Rohit?
It is indeed. Thought I'd pick one out.
Again.
No. Again, yeah, he's certainly turning
No, it's
up.
not. Sorry, not yet.
50.
Maybe that will curse him. Never works when you do it on purpose. Having a look at some of the low bounce today, and there's certainly been a few. So Rohit on strike now on 49. Flips it down to long leg. There's no one there, and that's 6.
Wow.
Placement
That's
again.
his 50. It was interesting, before today's game, Rohit and Joss Butler had scored exactly the same number of runs off exactly the same number of deliveries in this World Cup at 191.
You know what I think it is? It might be, Bear. Tony might have asked you to come in on jingles because all 3 of you us were remote.
Yes, I think so. It's always better to have someone in the studio.
It's a bit harsh on Leah.
Well, no, but sitting in here just doing jingles for people who are on when you're here is fucking irritating, I have to
It's
say.
Currans. That's a slower ball. It's punched up to long off. That'll be a single for Rohit.
If you're sitting here, you want to be actually doing something, actually talking. That's how I feel about it, anyway.
Well, it's your microphone. you can call the shot.
It's literally your ball. Yeah.
Yes. I'm taking my ball and I'm taking it home.
No such opportunity for Sammy Curran. Here he comes again. Although he looks like it. He looks like the kid who could do it. Perhaps he should, because he's just been carted for 4 again. And that is 4 through square leg, and goodness me, 18 off the over with the ball to go. Over that could kickstart India's innings.
Yeah, what a great over. They're looking a bit ominous, these two, aren't they?
Put it away. Yeah, I don't think Curran has enhanced his reputation in this tournament for me.
Not at all.
And he still hasn't smiled.
Well, he doesn't have a lot to smile about.
In him. Not right now, no. He'll get away with that last ball as it's clipped up to long on. But it's still 19 off the over. That must be the biggest of the innings. And India now looking in a good shape. 110 for 2 off 13.
Yes. So there's some considerable discussion going on between Leah, Chief Wardo and Brian in Brisbane. Chief Wardo says, does he get 7 if he hits that little camera on wheels?
He nearly did hit it. I was going to say, yeah.
When you're at the game, both the little camera on wheels is annoying, but what I find more annoying is if I'm sitting up in the stands, is the bloody sky camera or whatever they call it.
Spider cam.
Is so annoying. Yeah, it's so annoying. When it sort of swings in front of you, between you and the cricket. And if I was on the field, I'd get really irritated by it, I'd imagine.
It gets quite low sometimes. Yeah, those little cameras on wheels, they look a bit like Wall-E.
They do, very much so.
I like Wall-E. I wouldn't want him to get hit by the ball. He'd go, "Rrr."
The operators are very skilled, actually. They're amazingly capable with those.
Well, yeah, drone operator is the job of the future.
Yep.
Rashid is full, but Surya Kumar doesn't care. He goes back, clips it out to deep mid-wicket. It's going to be a single.
They're getting a decent boundary or 2 and over at the moment, aren't they? And just knocking the rest out in singles, but they're chugging along at 8, 9s, 10s and over.
Well, it was that last one, big over 19.
Brian in Brisbane's asked how many overs are we playing. We're still full 20 overs, Brian. We've got another 90 minutes before we lose any time.
At least, and fingers crossed, the skies are looking pretty clear in our pictures at the moment. Yep. Clipped up to long on, that's another single. This is Adil's last over though. Maybe India will just play this out for 6 or 8 and then get to work on the rest of the innings.
Yeah, my rating has Adil second only to Bumrah as the bowler to have on your team in this World Cup.
That one is swept around to short fine leg. They'll pick up another single. You'd like to have them both and you have a few bases covered.
Yeah, Dav's been pretty effective late on.
I was going to say Kuldeep, yeah.
He has, yeah.
South Africa bowled very well overnight in helpful conditions. And that's bowled him. Adil does strike before the end of his spell. It was a googly again. The batsmen have struggled a little bit with those. Rohit may not have picked it, went for the big hit inside the bat into middle and leg, and that is a wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, he just didn't pick that at all, did he? He's a big wahoo.
Kept low, yeah.
And England kind of needed that. Good time to get it as well. They're just looking to accelerate.
Yep, that might hopefully... sorry, I shouldn't say hopefully. That might slow them down a little bit.
Yeah.
But interesting to see what Dubé, who I expect to come in next, will do.
Yeah. Yeah, well, with 6 overs to go, it's not a bad time to be coming in, really, is it?
Yeah.
He wasn't that effective the other day. They sent out Hardik Pandya, and I thought that wasn't Dubé.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
I've got a special request from Luke Hallahan. He says, "Hi guys, can we make a shout out to my friend AJ, who is currently glued to his toilet seat Every time India play, he sits on the toilet because he's superstitious. We need him
Christ.
to stand up so India lose a wicket. Someone
I think
order
you
him a
needed-
pizza.
Need him to stand up in case you need to use the toilet. I would think.
Exactly,
I hope you've got a spare one.
Oh dear, that's a sad way to live your life. Every time your team's playing, you're stuck in the toilet.
Goodness me. You want to put a screen in there.
Yeah, well, I bet he has got one. You know,
Probably on his phone, yeah.
on his phone. Yeah.
Oh,
Flips in there and it went to him. It went to him. It
I
went
think
low
it-
down to Moen's left hand.
I don't think it carried. I thought it had gone
I
through
don't
him,
think
actually.
it did, but I just said a slip was in there, and Hardick's first ball, he prodded at it, and it was a googly again. It didn't quite carry to Moen. But that was almost an inspired piece of field placement. Anyway, a deal 1 for 25, 1 ball to go in his spell. Wide notwithstanding. Hardick on strike. Oh, and that kept really low. Really, really low, but it was low and slow, and the batsman was able to go back and almost play French cricket on that one. Rolled it back down the pitch, 1 for 25 for a deal from his 4 overs, but I think the Indian spinners will be liking the look of what's been going on there.
Yeah, I think you've got to come down the track to them, try and get it on the half volley. Or
Ooh, tricky business.
It's very
They
tricky
see you-
business, but-
they see you coming and pull it short.
yeah, true, but it's also a knockout cricket, isn't it? You've got to win, unless you can find some other way of playing it. Slog sweeping, maybe. Reverse sweeps.
I sort of buy the pressure angle of knockout cricket, but you're always trying to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kieran says, I lost a few overs since the rain break with getting the kids into bed. England are struggling here a bit, aren't they? Same problems they've had forever. Can't take wickets or control runs. Well, it's not unique to England.
Oddly, no. Livingston, the leg spinner, that turns away. It's cut down to backward point, and the ball rolls away, and no one's in the frame to pick it up. That's 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So India should probably be looking north of 160 from here, Bear.
Yeah, they should, and that'll be a good score, I reckon, on this track.
Backward point seems to just watch that one go past him. I'm sure that's just a misleading angle. Bit fuller from Livingston, sticks and keeps low again, and it's chopped back to the bowler, and there's no run. No sign of Moen bowling in these last 2 games. Livingston's in again, it's short, cut, and he'll feel he missed out there, Suryakumar. That one does go straight to Moen at backward point. I think Joss is waving Jofra Archer finer towards point rather than from extra cover. I hope he's not moving the field for a bad ball. That is better. A little bit of turn, Livingston. He scampers across and picks it up. So he's had 1 boundary, but nothing apart from that in 4 balls.
Still, run rate's just drip below 8 again, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Oh, a big turn on that one. It's slow turn, but it's gone a long way.
Could have been a wide if he'd left it as well.
I think it was. I think he wasn't expecting it to turn that much. And is he suffering for a little bit of cramp there, Suryakumar, or something?
I
Or is
think
he
he might have just
fall-
fell
fallen
over.
on his arse. Yes.
Stretched too far, didn't he? And lost balance.
He didn't really move his feet. He thought it would just go into his arc, but then it turned more than he was expecting. Livingston to complete the over. Oh, a thick outside edge. A school run out opportunity, but I think Hardick was back safely enough there. It
Good
went down to
throw.
short third man. Decent throw. Going to have a look. Rashid with the throw, but it's probably safe. And then we'll have a change after this ball. I think
Ajit's not
he's
here
fine.
yet.
if Ajit's not here, can James stand ready? And then we'll do a 3-man in the studio. Solution.
It's careless piece of run, a very careless piece of running, because he grounded his bat when it was about 1.5 foot over the line, and that would have been a way to get out. He didn't. He's like a schoolboy jabbing his bat in.
Yeah.
Got away with it though, and
That's happened a bit recently.
that's really sloppy piece of cricket from Hardick.
Yeah.
Anyway, I shall hand over.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Maddie.
I shall see you in the second innings.
Thank you. So it should be Bear who's going to, I think, take over on some socials. 118 for 3 off 15. It just feels to me, Ajit, like that Sam Curran over could be the one that's tipped it India's way, but that might be English pessimism. We're going to wait for a second as Archer is over the wicket and in, slapped. But slapped straight to a fairly short backward point. Throw comes in, it's going to be backed up, and at the end of it all, they will just take a single. Ajit, welcome, and
thank you. I dare say it's a crucial 5 overs for both teams here. I think this is on the cusp of being a pretty good total, frankly.
Yes.
That low bounce, that ball, and how Adil Rashid has been bowling would really keep the Indian bowlers very enthusiastic. That was good bowling, by the way. He bowled really well, knowing that there will be this gap between the bat and pad. Well, there was a big gap. But as I said, if India cross 170, they'll be the favourites.
That one is guided, beautifully. Pass point for 4 by Hardik Pandya. As soon as you drop just that little bit short, you're in trouble.
Wonderful time.
2, 3, 4.
Does seem to me slower and pace off is the answer.
Correct.
Short.
I think
short, as Sam Curran bowled, the ones he got most punished for is not the answer. Archer, that's an interesting ball. Hardik had just stepped across a little bit. Archer followed him. They can get a single as it's pushed out into the offside, but nothing more. Still 6 off 3. At the beginning here of the 16th.
Good pace from Archer as well, but I think Jordan had it right with his cutters. We might see a lot more of that when Hardik and co bowl as well.
We did, although after the power play he went for about 9, I think, and so did Adil Rashid. So that was a moment when you felt that runs on this pitch are not going to be straightforward.
No. I think it was pretty clear right from the outset. The way Rohit Sharma was looking for the ball, the first 2 overs, you thought this is a little bit of a stodgy pitch.
Archer into Sirikumar Yadav, who's launched him high. I'm pretty sure that is going to be long enough over. Long on, is it? No, it's been taken by Chris Jordan. Those bucket hands will very rarely drop anything. Sky has perished. Down to long on. You'd never ever see Chris Jordan drop one of those, and I do hope the one doesn't come later where he literally lets it dribble through.
Indeed, let's have a jingle.
Goodness me.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Those hands are like buckets. He's not going to let one of those drop. Gets warm congratulations from Liam Livingstone, who's the first over. England needed that. Not so much the wickets, because India are not going to run out of them. But you needed the dot ball, and you need to slow them down, Ajit.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're England, you'll be very happy because this could have been very destructive. I mean, I think he skied one, because, it was a good slower ball from Jofra. And I think he was beaten, and he got more height and distance, surely, there. And it's a crucial dismissal, as I said. Otherwise, you're looking at something north of 165, 170 for sure. Still, keeping India down to, 8 and over the last 5 overs, given that they have 6 wickets in hand, it'll be quite some achievement here for India.
What's going on here? Why isn't Dubé coming out to bat?
I think they have some sort of a strategy here. Probably they think he's going to struggle on this pitch. I agree, actually.
Yeah.
I thought he was in it to play spinners and slow wickets.
Well, that's true, actually. That's what we all thought. It's Hardik Pandya who's in. He's not really had a chance to do much at all yet, has he? With the bat, as far as I can see in this tournament.
He made a 50.
Didn't bat against Ireland, did he? Where did he make a 50?
2 games ago, I think.
I can't see that. That's pulled away.
It was just up on the screen.
Backward a square. I've got him. Ireland didn't bat, number 7. Pakistan, he got a first baller. Oh, I'm looking at Jadeja, sorry. I was talking about Jadeja.
Hardik made
some do much yet.
Oh dear.
No, Jadeja hasn't done much at all.
Hardik, yes. I was talking about the new man to the crease, who's not done much yet. Probably due to lack of opportunity.
Maybe today is his day, This is the sort of pitch that might suit him nicely.
10 games, remember? 10 games unbeaten. Only thing that slowed them down in this World Cup was the rain in one game at Florida. That's nicely worked into the onside by Hardik. They think about 2.
That's strange. And I think Hardik wanted to keep strike. That was easy too, I thought.
Well, I thought it was an easy 2, and it was interesting. I'm not sure who the man down there at the
Sam Curran.
Was. Sam Curran. He suddenly accelerated because he thought, hello. I think everyone thought there's a single. The over's gone for 8 anyway, which under the circumstances is possibly not bad. England need to keep India under 8. Currently they're going at just that, 7.88. 16 overs gone, 126 for 4, 16 off the last 3 with 2 wickets. Bear.
Hooray, Ajit, says Jay. Sagnet Data says, man, England need to restrict India as low as possible. Pitch is very difficult to bat. Yeah?
Yep.
Score predictor says 168. I think that'd be a reasonably good score.
I think that would be an excellent score. That's up for the general CPL par, and it's been nowhere close to that in this tournament. And this just, as we've said, looks hard to score on. Liam Livingstone, 18 off 3 for him, so 6 and over is actually not bad. He's going to be bowling to Hardik Pandya. What's he served up? It's very full. It's beautifully fielded, diving away to his left. And it is that most precious of T20 commodities, a dot ball, although he had to be pretty lively in his diving to his left.
He fielded well in his own bowling, but I thought Hardik wasted an opportunity there. And that was a full ball on leg stump.
Something is disturbing Hardik Pandya, because Rob Tucker is waving his arms backwards and forwards to say, no, we're going to have to pause. Maybe some movement behind Livingstone that was distracting Hardik. Livingstone's in this time. That's nicely floated up. It's a real inside edge. You sensed Hardik was winding up to launch that away over long off. He got an inside edge and it dribbled out to mid-wicket. In fact, it dribbled so slowly that Liam Livingstone was the first man to get to it off his own bowling.
Absolutely. We saw that back of the hand slower ball from Archer to get rid of Sky. He beat him in the flight air quotes.
Yeah.
And again, in this ball, I thought Hardik is trying to just simply hit the ball too hard rather than, trust his timing and his his ability to find the gap. I think
well, it's frustrating. I mean, if you're used to a ball coming onto the bat and suddenly it isn't, then it's a real frustration, and you try and force shots that you shouldn't. We see it time and again. I for what it's worth, I'm with the Bear 100%. The lower scores on tricky wickets have been every bit as entertaining as the IPL. Another dive put in by Livingstone. He's beaten this time though, and it kind of trickles its way down towards long.
More so,
they
I
take
think.
a single.
They're more dramatic.
Yeah, are those chases? Some of those chases in New York, albeit
I think
on
it'll be
match.
it'll be a very close one as well. Unless, I think Bairstow and Butler can kill this off. They both can go.
Yeah.
Silk could.
Any could. It's a question of
exactly.
They're up against a canny old bowling unit. That one is a widely turning leg break, and Hardik has slapped it. But he's only slapped it down to Harry Brook, who's been not involved in the game that much, I think, from a fielding perspective. It's down there at deep extra. Just one more single.
All right.
3 from this over, 4 balls in. Can Liam Livingstone keep it tight? This is driven. It's going to be driven straight to long off, fielded by the safe hands of Chris Jordan. 4 singles.
Very canny, I
5
guess.
balls.
He's kept out of the sort of hitting range of both of these batters. You see he's tossed it either wide or turned the ball away from the bat in each case. Well, that's really aware bowling. That's good bowling.
He has. Well, he is the Swiss Army knife bowler, isn't he? Leg break off spin.
He bowled off breaks to lefty and leg breaks to the righty, of course.
Well, and he comes. That's a massive leg break, but I fear it might be a wide. Yes, it is. It broke too much. A, phenomenal amount of movement, but B, if it moves that far, Bear, it's not that useful, really.
No.
Oh, but some spinners out there, Kuldeep would probably be licking his lips.
This one is straighter. Bunted, and again it was an attempt to drive on an on-drive, I think, and it ended up bottom edging it past Butler. They'll take a single, so it's been a wide and a single to finish. Decent over though, just went for 6. None for 24 off his 4 for Livingstone. Possibly that would be none for 36 anywhere else. It's 132 for 4, Bear.
What have we got? Daniel Keevy says, good to see Archer back and looking lethal. Hope he stays whole for a good long while. Well, we all do that. It's getting a bit quiet. Sadil Singh, he liked our post. Thank you.
Oh, good. Happy to hear that. I don't know which one.
Why not here? I should be on mentions, that's the why.
I'm looking at India's bowling lineup here, and it's going to be very interesting how England tackle those 3 bowlers. That's where the
Axar,
spinners
Jadeja and Kuldeep. That's
absolutely the 3 lefties.
That is a decent
pretty good pedigree there, but I dare say the 2 people I'm really looking forward to. Salt might get away to a quick start, but I can't really see him go long on this pitch, it will be Butler and Bairstow, and maybe Brook, people who are proper batters, might really take it in.
Jay just says that technological breakdown has proper scarred the bear. He's looking like Warren Oates in the Wild Bunch. Yeah, it's pissed me off. Things have gone wrong today.
Chris Jordan, change angling, innie barrels, and it's guided really. Well controlled shot out towards deep extra cover. They'll take 2. His first over went for 10, 2 off the first ball of this, and India move on to 134 for 4. Hardik going nicely, 11 off 10, and a runnable 3 for Jadeja so far. And we're having a close look at Sam Curran.
They like this much more pace on the ball.
Yeah.
This is really one of those pitches where you wouldn't fancy facing the spinners, but I think he's bowling well within himself as well. Lot of cutters here, Jordan. Let's see what he can bring in the...
I think one thing we can say, we don't expect it to be a repeat of Adelaide in 2022. That's hauled mightily up and over. Long on for a maximum.
It's maximum.
And there's that Indian chap who follows him everywhere, who's entirely covered in body paint.
Yeah, he's a big Sachin fan. They made a documentary about him, actually.
Yeah, I thought they had.
I think I've seen him in the documentary.
He's something of a celebrity.
Sachin used to pay for his travel or something, didn't he?
Wow, okay, I didn't follow that much. But yeah, I know he met Sachin once, and probably whatever moment of his life or something. But yeah.
So, Jordan over the wicket. That's smashed by Hardik. Up and over long off this time. Sam Curran's not tall enough. Those are 2 extraordinary 6s by Hardik. Wow.
Just cleared the front leg and gave it some umpty.
Yeah, for those of you counting, 499 6s in this tournament.
The length I'm not happy about, really. I mean, he's sort of sitting well into Hardik's hitting range. The previous one was short. This one was full and wide.
Sam Curran, taller player, and that was out.
Topley,
that was gone. Jordan, that was gone. Fortunately, Jordan's doing the bowling.
And I dare say it might be another one of those overs that might tip the balance back into India's favour. If Hardik can get one more big shot in.
I'm afraid, and it's not even the 19th, which they always say is perhaps the pivotal over. Smashed again! This time smashed straight to Sam Curran.
Out.
Has he gone?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realise it was in the air. Well, finally, I think India will take that. 8 off the over, 2 consecutive 6s.
That's 12, Tone.
14.
12, sorry, yes.
Oh, 14.
14 even. 14. I don't know.
It's all going wrong today.
It's all right, but yeah.
I can't count. The technology's been falling over, and Hardik has gone. Well taken, Sam Curran.
That was travelling, actually. He barely smashed that.
He did hit that pretty hard.
Well, the first one he'd done it, and it was absolutely like the famous tracer bullet. I mean, it was just full and flat and fast, and really never. It was only just above head height.
Dubey walks in finally.
Wasn't quite.
Hardik has a few words for him.
Oh, I think so.
Well, yeah.
Jordan's got his wicket anyway. 1 for 24 for him, but they've been expensive. 1 for 24 off. He's got 2 balls left yet of his second over. 146 for 5. India. That rate is over 8.
Of wickets.
New batsman.
Man Dubey, he's finally made it to the crease.
He's got the skills you need and he's quite buff, really. He's hitting 6s, not making duck eggs. So take this guy on if you feel like getting covered.
He's a big unit too. 6'4".
Yeah, he is.
The man from Mumbai. Yes, he is. He's 30
Built
now.
solidly. Yeah.
But again, he hasn't really fired. Made 31 not out against the USA.
Of what
34 against Bangladesh, I think. He's not going to make that. Well, if he makes that today, the game's gone for England. Let's put it that way.
I think he's done well with the chances. He's sort of taken 28, 34, 31 not out, 10. These are like sort of what you expect from him at a good strike rate. Here today, they'll take a quick fire 15 from him.
Wow, England, this is a big period for England, for both teams. That one's beaten. That's a clever ball. Joss Butler's got the edge. I think he's gone first ball. He has. Dubey's not going to add to the score. That was a cutter that just went across him. Dubey had a little prodette, and Joss Butler took it very low, down by his ankles. As Jordan's on a hat trick. Well.
Got one in last game.
He did. Couldn't do it twice. Can lightning
Well,
strike
Pat Cummins did it two games.
He did. Yes, he did.
Well,
We don't want Australia taking a fucking limelight when it comes to hat-tricks, do we?
No, well, Chris Jordan's
They-
our man of the moment for England.
well, Dubé was sort of fishing for it. It was a nothing shot.
Yeah, well, that's
He
what
wanted
happens
to
when you.
increase.
Yeah, this is it. Whilst he shipped 14 runs on the over, he's got out Pandy, and Dubé's the last hitter in the team, isn't he? Really, and he's now gone.
Oh,
first
Aksar
ball.
can give some humping.
Oh yeah,
He
Aksar can
merely
give humping.
waggled his rod.
And so can Kuldeep these days, I suppose.
So Aksar it is. He'll be looking at this going, ooh, slow, low and turning, that'll do me. Although he doesn't turn it much, but
Him and Jadeja, no, they're more accurate, but I think Jadeja bowls with more nous these days.
it's 146
A more
for
complete
6.
bowler.
Chris Jordan is on a hat-trick here at Providence.
Twice in 2 games.
Guyana. Twice
Will the
in 2 games.
Lightning strike twice.
Can it? He's got Aksar Patel in his sights. That
You
run
know-
rate just a shade over 8 for India, and that may not sound much, but we all think that's pretty decent on this track. Ajit, sorry.
I think I went out to bat 3 times this season, and all 3 times were against a hat-trick ball. In the last game, my captain relented and let me when only 1 wicket had fallen in 1 ball.
So, and you prevented them in every case.
I
did you?
prevented them all, yes. I
There
did
you
prevent
are
them all.
then.
And I think twice I got a 4 off the ball. It was a shit ball. But
Pissing on the other team's barbecue. That one's driven straight out to Moeen Ali, who's at extra cover. It's the end of the over. It went just for a single. Aksar will keep the strike. It's 147 for 6, Bear.
Right, well, Luke Hannigan says, Chris Jordan worries me more expensive than a shopping trip to Harrods. Hope I'm wrong. Says, I hate being right, but you were wrong in the end, because he got 2 wickets.
Well, it was
for 2
still
balls.
expensive, but a smart way to haul it back.
Brian in
could have
Brisbane
gone
says,
all wrong. Yeah.
would it be easier for Tony's note shuffling if he crowdfunded some A3 paper?
No, I most of it on my phone. I've only got 2 very small pages of notes. Which
I thought you were going to go the other way, Tony. Augmented paper, Mont Blanc.
No,
where you
don't do
write
that.
down-
Everything else I now put on my phone. I'm trying to save trees.
Fair enough.
The days of great wads of A4 paper stuck together with bulldog clips have long gone for me.
Yeah, go digital, Tone. Go digital.
I have done.
Join
I have
the
gone digital.
modern age. Leah
Buy an
says,
iPad.
yes, apparently Sachin pays that fully painted dude who gave up his job years ago to follow the
I
team
see.
everywhere. Yeah.
He was a snack maker. I remember reading that he was a guy who sold snacks.
Jofra Archer into Aksar, and that's nicely played by Aksar. It's kind of a defensive cover drive, if you can imagine such a thing. He just guides it really towards cover and takes a single.
I think Jofra's pulled a page out of his senior colleague's book. You saw his pace also drop into the 70s. A lot
Yeah.
of slower balls, roll the wrist sort of balls. Also the one he got Surya, for example.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lesson Sam Curran couldn't quite get right. It was those 2 short balls were.
Sam Curran just needs to bowl, right? That's his natural pace, I thought.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think that's the problem. I mean, we were all sat here going, come on, Sam, do not bowl short. And he bowled 2 short ones and got everything it deserved. That's a very, very wristy cut pass backward point from Jadeja, and it's going to get him 4. That was all wrist, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All wrist.
Yeah, but I think the fielder at point may have done a bridge over or something. But it was a good shot. It was just pure. You can see that. Wow. Lovely silky wrists.
Silky wrist. It was a very slow piece. Was that Adil Rashid? Yes, it was.
No, Moeen Ali.
Oh, it's Moeen.
I don't think he was that close to it. I think it
Probably
sped
was
past
not.
him.
I may have been a bit unjust in my
It was in the
assessment.
last season of Ben Foster's career at Wrexham type dive, that was. Archer, that's guided again. But this will be fielded this time.
Will they
In
take
comes
2
Phil
though?
Salt in front of Moeen Ali, so leave this one to me, Mo. And in comes the throw. They take a single. 154
No, I think they took
for
2.
6. Oh, did they? They did take 2.
They did take 2.
Which is
And I
7,
think-
Bear. 7 off this
Yes, well
over.
done. Well, Carl Herbert says maths was never a GC strength.
Never has been, to be
basic
fair.
maths.
It hasn't. No, you're absolutely right. That's a lot to me. 140 odd, albeit, suppressed by the likes of Uganda and Papua New Guinea. That's a
very
sweep.
clever.
It's a beautiful sweep, and it's gone back to the square for 4 runs. Good over this for India.
Jadeja adapting very nicely here. He's sort of, you see him shuffling around the crease. He's made that he's not going to be bounced.
Well, he used his reach there as well.
Yeah, that was a proper sweep to any bowler. I mean, even a spinner, right? He hit it on the top of its bounce and sort of controlled it, hit it very well.
Not many people will sweep Jofra Archer, my guess would be, and that's exactly what he did there. The discussions between Butler and Archer are pretty heated.
A little worried, I think, Butler, seeing that, these 10-12 runs towards the end of the
Well,
game.
not only that, I think I know who was dictating what should happen, and I think it was Archer dictating to Joss, not the other way round. It was exactly what he needed.
Bowler kind of should know where he wants to bowl.
Correct. And, I mean, we trust at any level, right? We trust the bowler to have his own feel. You know what you're bowling?
31 runs off the last 15. That is
that's the thing. Even though there were 2 wickets there, I thought this would slow India down. I was worried. Not necessarily.
Well, they were looking at maybe high 170s at 180 at one point. I think England have slowed down to a degree.
Well, the T versus Chai and Chai versus T banners are up. Archer is in. Jadeja is driving. He'll drive it straight to mid-on, and they will take a single.
They'll be happy with this over. India, they made 12 and 1 ball to go, and I mean 160 will be the target minimum now. So, but I dare say they'll be looking for something close to 175.
12 off this over. It's not the big 19th over, but it's a very good 19th over, and 1 ball to come. It could still be the big over if Axar Patel can launch Jofra Archer. I'm sure he's going to do what he can. In comes Archer, and actually that was a great ball. It was quick. And
it was the regular pace one.
Yeah, Axar Patel.
No more slowies.
Tried to work it to leg, couldn't get hold of it. They over finishes with a dot ball. 19 finished, 159 for 6, 8.3 the rate there.
What am I going to go to? Let's have a look. Well, Richard Skosana says there goes the Indian World Cup gone with Duvet. I don't think so. I think this is going to. This could be. This could be tight.
Negative.
I mean, you never know, right? If Salt and Butler can going, I mean, it's going to be a new ball chase. Very important. So
power play, getting off to a good start is going to be really important. If they can keep up with the rate and beyond, they want to get. They've got to at least equal India, probably 10 runs more in the power play. Maximum
46 for 2 is where India were in the power play.
I think they'll look 60 plus for sure.
But then they accelerated out the power play. That was the odd thing. India accelerated with 19 off the next 2 overs after the power play.
Also to remember, Indian score will be augmented by a few runs because there was a stop-start innings because of Duckworth Lewis.
Well, no, it won't be. If they bowl 20 overs, it's 20 over game.
Chris Jordan is our man.
It is, but because there was a stoppage. Sorry, we'll see at the end.
Chris Jordan is our man for the death. 2 for 25. He was on a hat-trick.
Whose death? Whose death, right? That is the question.
Well, it's the death of this innings, whichever way it may go. Jordan over the wicket. Slapped away by Jadeja, but out to deep extra cover where it will be fielded. They will come back for 2 in a hurry. Had to hurry indeed.
This is the other advantage with somebody like Axar. He's really quick between the wickets. Rapid.
He is indeed.
Even better than Dubey, I dare say, at this proposition.
161 for 6. Beautifully.
Guaranteed twos. Lot of acreage on the off. I'm not sure. I don't like that that lack of extra cover there, because if you know you're bowling into that left-hander's arc, there should be an extra cover. Extra cover is left empty. It's like a can you run 2? Well, these both can.
They can indeed. What's Jordan got as he bowls 2? Jadeja comes down to meet him. Doesn't really get enough on that. It was just pushes it to mid-off. Walks a single. 3 from the first 2. 4 balls left of the innings unless there's anything untoward. Harry Brook.
Axar can hit. Will we see him though? Unlock those.
Well, he can. That's what he's there for. He hasn't done yet. He's 2 off 3.
He's mostly run. He's kept Jadeja company. He's been running the 2s. But now is his chance. It's a free hit. All the remaining balls, as long as you get bat on ball, you keep the scoreboard ticking, it's over. India have crossed 160. What they would have liked.
Will it be enough? That's the question.
I think they're about par, just about par.
Yeah, I think it's about par. That's why it could be a close game.
In comes Chris Jordan. Slapped out towards the deep cover boundary. It should be fielded. It is. They'll come back for 2 again. Butler missed the stumps that time.
No, he got the stumps, but again, the throw wasn't.
Livingston throw wasn't that great, was it?
Nope.
Little far from the stumps for one gather and sort of breaking the stumps motion.
I've got a feeling he missed them the first time, and that was...
He did, because it was not close enough, I think. He just went through the motion, then realized the wicket is... You see? There.
Oh, yeah.
That was out if he had broken the stumps first time.
Chris Jordan's not happy. I think he's having a gentle word. Yeah, Josh Butler's got a...
No, it should have gone to his end is what he thinks, because Jadeja was slower or something.
Let me see. Right. Jordan in to Axar. Oh, he's taken his hand off the bat, but he's absolutely launched that. Yep.
Oh, nailed that.
Over long on. He's nailed that. It has gone for 6. Big score, big time, big moment. And the 500th of the tour. 500th, sorry. 6 of the tour. I'll get there in
It was a slower ball that went horribly wrong. He put it next to his feet, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
But I think Jadeja read it, but I think there was a bit of wind assistance.
Whereas when the
Got it
boy's
off
hand
the
came
line.
off the bat, made me...
It was Axar, wasn't it?
It was Axar.
Axar, I said Jadeja, sorry. It was Axar who hit it. So there you go, long levers. But also, I think he got a bit lucky with the connection. You see, Butler is not very happy. I think they think they're in trouble.
No, I think they'd have thought they could have contained them for at one point.
Jordan in. That's gone up in here. I think he's gone. He is. He's gone down to long off. That looked
Long
like
on.
Phil Salt long on to me. It was Phil Salt.
No shame in this.
Said,
11 runs.
I'm going to take that. He did. Doesn't really matter too much. The dot ball, it's more important than the wicket at this stage.
It is. I mean, I think England, at one point when Sky and Rohit were in, I think England were staring down about a 190, 200 and thinking, shit, this is looking bad, because they were setting up to go really big, right? I mean, they were 2 down with 8-9 overs left, and they looked like they're pretty comfortable. And then they took a few wickets and thought, oh, we can keep them down to 160, and now they've got up to 170. So I think it's around about par. England would have liked it to be more around 160, but you know they'll think they're in the game at 170.
Lot of support for England there. Lot of people, cheering England on to take the trophy back home once more. Arshdeep will have the pleasure of facing the last ball of the innings.
Well,
India would have wanted a proper bat, but Arshdeep is a fast bowler after all. Long
Interesting.
levers.
I was reading in a paper yesterday, and the journalists were saying that they couldn't get to the island and there was no accommodation available because it had all been booked out because India knew they were going to be in this ground. The crowd doesn't look that full.
No, it's not what Guyana
Stop-start nature, I think. No, the stop-start nature of the game have discouraged many people as well.
Guyana's quite a long way from the rest of the Caribbean. That's that's one of the issues with the travel time.
It's at the top half of the southern America.
Indeed, 170 for 7. Last ball. What can Jordan do with this? It's going to be a hastily run single. They're going to get there. They're not going to come back for 2, are they? No, they can't. It means we'll finish with a single. 3 for 37 for Jordan. India finished their 20 overs on 171 for 7. A run rate of 8.5. Josh Butler is marching off like a man who's, I don't know, someone spilled like a man who's spilled he's had his pint spilled, hasn't he? Really, he's not happy.
Look at that's our expression.
171 they got, yeah.
Yeah.
So if England win by 1 run and get 172, Messi Jez will win the GPL.
Well, let's hope that's the case.
Fair enough.
They need 172 to win. It's 8.6 and over. In the modern game, you would say that that's actually a walk in the park, but that would not account for a wicket, which
I don't think
is everything England doesn't like.
Yeah, I don't think 170 is ever a real walk in the park. It's always, if you got the bowling, it's kind of defendable. It's 8.6 and 0. You got to get a good start and not lose too many wickets at the top end.
Well, we had 2 rain breaks, didn't we? We were all a bit off and on twice, which was a bit frustrating. Rohit Sharma.
You're right, it looks like there. If it's a 20-over game, it's a 20-over game, irrespective of how many overs or what delays. I thought it might actually change, so I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. Well, we should take a little quick break. It's been a long old day and things are going wrong. We'll go back to the podcast and we'll probably be back in about 5-10 minutes.
See you in the second half.
See you in the second half.
sixes. Some are about 50 games. So yeah, you're about 20 a game.
Yeah. Wow. So it's just more. That's entertaining for an American. That is like, hell yeah, I'm gonna watch this. Like, if you can see 20 home runs versus it's 20 times more exciting than baseball, basically.
Yes.
Oh, I like that theory. So, have you done anything different to the format in America, or is it literally transplanted what you do here and get the Americans to like it as it is?
The game's exactly the same. We've got local drinks and local food menu there.
Yeah,
but,
I guess.
Other than that, it's pretty much you wouldn't know the difference.
So the beer's colder and gassier, but the cricket's the same.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the cold gassy beer I'm into, and we've got frozen like margaritas. You go into anywhere in Dallas, frozen margaritas, frozen beer, frozen everything, like slushies. Oh, I walk in at 11 a.m. because the jet lag. It's actually 7 p.m. UK time. And I'm like, give me some of them now. Yeah.
Nice. Well, you know the secret. You're obviously used to doing it. I used to be in my working life. The secret is don't go to bed.
Yeah.
Stay awake until it is actually local time to go to bed, and then I never really had a problem with jet lag. I never woke up the next morning feeling shattered. Particularly even the West Coast, I'd be fine. But the secret is do not go to bed because that will screw up your body clock.
I agree. Stay up till like 9, 10 o'clock. Maybe have a little nap in the plane, and then a couple of gin and tonics. Have a little nap, and then get there, and you can kind of push through till 10 o'clock and try and get to sleep. But I just think the problem is not going out there; it's coming back, and then you've got to jump back into kind of family mode and kids and everything. You're like, oh Jesus, I'm all over this shop right now.
Well, look, we talked about the IPL. I mean, it is a record-breaking season. In that, there's increasingly, it's becoming a batsman's, not a bowler's game. Certainly at the moment, given those high scores, given the amount of sixes and fours and that effectively get hit. Is that good? That's actually quite good for you in a way, though, isn't it? Because if it's all about hitting the ball, that's what you can do when you go to sixes, right?
Yeah. Well, we want people to score, and like we want people to have fun, and we've actually realised the higher the score people get, the more fun they feel like they're having. So it is about allowing people to score hard and high and stuff like that. And yeah, maybe six is not quite in exactly like a game of cricket, but it's great to see. I think when it comes to the IPL, like I love the IPL. I watch it. My mother-in-law, she's got this house, and her partner loves IPL, so it's always on. So we sit there and watch it together. It's always on. It's great, and but I think it would be a bit boring if we didn't see records being broken. I think we all want to see the stumps exploding and like dramatic catches as well. Like I want to see that, but I think let's see them rip it. Like I want to. That's what I don't know. What do you guys? Do you guys want to see it?
Cricket purists a little bit. But
we are more pure in our
it's a bit
now cricket.
I mean, if you, I mean, I don't know if you watch Test cricket, but I mean, I'm a bowler. Always been a bowler. Started playing when I was 15. Stopped playing when I was 45. And if you're a bowler in the IPL, it must be quite painful. And I personally, I say this all the time on the show, I reckon I could bowl in the IPL and not get as bad figures as some of the top class bowlers in the world get. I mean, it's a run fest. And I get it. I mean, I get the excitement and for that. But as a competitive game of cricket, it's almost like the bowlers are bowling machines to the batsmen who get all the glory. You know what I mean? It's just like, but
then they've got like, I think the introduction of the power play and stuff like that and pulling people in, it's quite. It makes people go for it, and I think as an outsider who's not, been enveloped in cricket's whole life. It is quite exciting.
Well, that, to be fair, is the whole point of it, I think, and is the draw of. I mean, this is it. As you say, your cricket purists and the people who play cricket, they're not the people you're trying to attract, right? And
with the
same,
scoring, though,
and the same with the IPL. I mean, and the same with T20 cricket in general. I think it's to get people exactly like your American market. The fact you can get 20 home runs in a game, you know, they're like, wow, this is amazing, and it's going to attract the people who aren't into cricket. And then, I mean, I guess if you're, I mean, this is the argument that we have on our show the whole time. And if you're a cricket purist and you grew up on Test cricket in the 80s, 90s, and blah, 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 and then you get to this point where this is the game that's attracting all the people, for some people it feels like, this is not what it's all about. But the reality of commercial sport is that is what it's about. You're trying to attract new customers, new audiences, and grow stuff. And the fact that you have Nepal and you have Uganda and you've got Scotland and Ireland and all these what people would consider smaller teams playing in an international tournament is probably what it's about, and it is probably the only way. And I say this having argued probably the opposite of this for many years. As we're here talking to you, this is kind of true, is that that's the way you're going to attract smaller people, smaller nations, and be able to get more people involved in the sport of cricket. If ideally you want the sport to grow, probably that's where you've got to go, right?
You with your scoring, you do lose points or runs when you lose a wicket, don't you?
So we actually don't do that at the moment. I quite like the idea of losing like 6 runs if you get a wicket, because it does.
Yeah, it should do.
It's a bit too, just attack. And it's quite funny when people, but we do have a kind of unofficial rule that you have to buy a round. If you get a wicket, you've got to buy a round. So it can get quite expensive. Depends who you're playing with. We've got something called a shot bat. So it's a cricket bat with these like holes
that's
in it.
kind of cool. Yeah.
So you can buy a shot bat. It's got a sparkler in it, and it'll cost you, I don't know, 30 quid or something like that.
So have you changed that recently? No, I mean because I definitely remember. Because the reason I remember it is because one of the visits I was like a family. It's about 10, 12 of us.
Yeah.
And I deliberately decided to play defensively, just to wind people up. Somehow I found myself lapsing into a Yorkshire accent while I was doing it. I don't quite know what. And they kept going, hit the ball, Dad, hit the ball. I was going, how many times have you been out? And they've been out like about 9-10 times. I go, they've not got me out. They've not got me out. You know. And I was there for like the more bloody minded I became about it. I just kind of back and across, kick the ball out. You know.
So no, I think we always made a conscious decision at the beginning. It's not minus, because what we didn't want is a little kid to come along and get a wicket made in, and then they want.
Hello everyone, we're back. The innings is about to commence. We hope. How do you see it?
Well, how do I see it? I think it's a very even game, James. Could go either way. I think 160 is around about par. The question is, can England get that par? I think we need a strong start. I worry that Bumrah will cut a couple of wickets out early, and then it becomes a bit of a struggle. Because you've got to keep pushing on a wicket like this, I think. You certainly can't let the spinners sit on top of you. You've got to try and hit the bad balls, find ways of scoring off of the spinners.
Yeah, and there are 3 top-class spinners as well that are coming in here.
They are indeed.
But anyway, we are about to get going, so we might as well jingle up some of the lovely people we know about.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Skulls runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it. So salt, yeah, Phil is here.
He certainly is here, and he is accompanied by his great mate.
Prior ain't no loss.
Is Messi joining us?
I think it was Andy joining us.
He can't spell jobs,
is that Andy?
but he also
I don't
can't
know.
spell butler. Just
Leah's
Butler.
Yes.
Just because he's just Butler.
We're figuring this out.
We're figuring this out.
It's one of those days.
Might be on for the first 5 overs of the chase.
Okay.
So we have Joss Butler alongside him. We might not get the time to jingle in the bowler, who I imagine is Arshdeep, who's there at the moment, stretching, fiddling with his wristwatch. Although I'm sure it's a sports watch. We're not in the 1890s here.
No, and again, two teams. A lot of players would have played an awful lot of cricket against each other in the last little bit.
Yeah.
Andy's here. I'm gonna jump off.
Okay.
And let you three carry on. And
Okay.
once I get Andy in.
Adios, spare.
Oh, I can't find his fucking pointers anymore.
As Arshdeep is coming in now, number 2, Salt facing his first delivery and whips it off his legs. There should be a couple here, no, maybe just one. It's fielded very nicely by Virat, strong-armed through to Pant. Andy, what's your take on the score? What's your take on this chase?
It's going to be difficult, but not impossible.
you know
India
what?
definitely favourites.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to see England go hard in the power play. I think that's their best chance. I don't want to see Butler or Bairstow or anyone else hitting 20 off 20 and then getting out. Oh, we started already, excuse me.
No, well, don't worry, you missed a single. Salt just eased it onto the leg side, but here's the second delivery, just for you. Arshdeep running in again. This time it's onto the offside. Butler plays it out onto the leg, but there is no run. There is a dot ball within this. Yes, it feels like the power play is going to be essential to this. Without a big platform, England might struggle.
Yes. Where are we on the rotors, Leah? Would you like to do social or summarise?
I can do that, yes.
Yeah, I think, Leah,
Which
if you
one?
could do social, that would be. Would
Okay.
that be
I
okay?
can do socials, yes.
Yep.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. The smooth ship, HMS Gorilla, keeps
the
on
duck with
sailing.
the legs paddling frantically underwater.
Yeah, you can't see it. Arshdeep in again. This time it's shorter, and Butler is able to pull it. Doesn't entirely get everything, and therefore it is cut off at the boundary by Virat again, who's getting some good camera time, as Virat only can and only will want. So what do we look at? Let's give ourselves a score that we think we need after 6 overs. What do we reckon?
50.
Yeah, I think minimum 50.
Preferably only one down at worst.
Yes, the trouble with a chase like this, isn't it, is when the wickets keep ticking off, you're going to struggle to keep up with it. But whilst we've got Butler and Salt here, there is hope for England as Arshdeep comes in again. Butler goes to play that into the offside, but it goes out into the leg side instead, scurries through for another single, and then corrects the shot on the line of the ball with his glove after it happens. Arshdeep having another great T20 tournament.
And
He's
we're
a
having
real-
a super chat
Oh, great.
from Pirate Badger, who gives us €2, and he says a pocket watch if it were the 1890s, surely.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We'll play that in a second, I think, after the next ball, but thank you so much. That is fantastic. Salt readies himself. The Welsh aggressor. Arshdeep's in again. It's a slower ball this time. Salt plays around it, can't get hold of any of it. It's like his tattoos toppled his arm over in the wrong direction. Right.
Salt played over it. I think that's practically, well, it kept pretty low. Yeah.
Right, bear with me. I am looking for super chats as we speak. Okay, this might happen at some point. Oh, I've just found it. Okay, we will maybe do it at the end of this over now. As Arshdeep comes in, hopefully to complete it from his perspective. It's halfway down the pitch. It's a slower ball again. It is lofted up into the air by Salt. He didn't know much about it, but it doesn't go very far. Ends up being just a scurried one. At the end of the first over, India have made England, have restricted England to 5 without loss. Leah, what's happening on social? Actually, before we go into that, let me play Super Chat.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Over to you, Leah.
Yeah, okay. Pokebump is saying that England ruining the T20 World Cup since 2010. We've won it twice. Now it seems less special for everyone else. We have Brian in Brisbane who says, "Hey Leah, it's I think Frank's super chat was missed as the first innings finished. Let's have a look at that. I'm not seeing any.
Well, I think we're about to start the next
Oh, yes.
over, and
Oh, yes.
the magic man himself, Bumrah, is coming into the attack. The arms and legs are all over the place as they usually are, and Salt can just tuck that away for a single. I'll jingle Bumrah up now.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Well, Butler against Bumrah is an interesting one
It really
because people look at the IPL and say, oh, Butler's got quite a low strike rate against Bumrah, but Butler tends to play Bumrah out in the IPL and then feast on all the Indian clubbies coming in as the fifth bowler.
Well, sadly for Joss, there are no clubbies today.
No,
that one is
today.
down the leg side, though, and Butler is able to ease that towards the boundary, but to no avail. Jadeja, I think, out there, feels it, throws it elegantly in. Suggests maybe his throw could have been better. Was there another super chat, Leah?
Yes, there was another super chat, and we say thank you very, very much to Frank Rockefeller, who sent us $20.
Wow.
Says, good job, fellas. A tall order, though. And I would agree with that. This is really a tall order.
Okay, well, we'll jingle that up after the next Bumrah delivery. Hesitant as always, coming to the crease. It's on the money, though. It's driven down by Butler, but only gets as far as mid-off. Let's do the next super chat.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Yeah, please do keep those super chats coming. They are hugely appreciated. Now, my take on Bumrah is that he seems a thoroughly affable person. Am I correct in that, or am I just led astray by him smiling in interviews as he comes in again like he's hesitantly making a cocktail? It's halfway down the pitch this time, and Butler drives it out, but it's fielded at a point. What do we think? Is he as affable as he seems?
Who knows what's behind the mask, but he does seem affable enough.
Yeah, and pretty funny.
Yes, I think he's got a damn good sense of humour, and any cricketer who plays, I suppose it's easy to play with a smile on your face when you're so good. It's harder to smile through the tears, as Sam Curran had to do this afternoon, and as he had to do in his previous Western Insurers. Bumrah in once more. It's a difficult one, but Butler dabs at it though, and it finds its way down to third, and it finds its way for a 4.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Deliberate? Question
yes,
mark?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
That's very nicely played by Butler. I wanted a second look before I committed,
Yes.
but I think he's just angled his bat on that.
Yes, it's a sort of front foot late cut that perhaps you can only get away with a pitch like this. Final ball of the over probably from Bumrah, and this time Butler is tucking it off his legs. It goes out towards the boundary, but fielded just for the 1. So after 2 overs, England are 13 without loss. Leah?
We have Jay Grover with us over on Twitter. He says, I don't think that's too bad, and I've never killed any Mexicans. I'm not picking up what that
well, that's good for Mexico.
Was, but it's good to know that Jay has never killed any Mexicans. Hopefully he has killed no one else of any other nationality as well.
Well, that's
my tweet about not killing any Mexicans has already answered your questions about me killing Mexicans.
Okay.
Okay, as Archie comes
I'm trying
in
to do a meme there.
Archie comes in again. This time Butler is down the wicket, lofts it over mid-off just for a 4.
Just is the word. I really thought mid-off was in play there. Let's have another look.
It's maybe a couple of inches over Hardeek's hat. Oh, not even that. He actually, I think, went inside it. He seemed to
slightly.
Get the line wrong. But then again, it's hard to maintain a steady line when you're halfway up the air, as he was there. Well, he gives a little sigh and a yawn, and it's forgotten as Butler can continue, and Archdeep comes into him. Now he's dancing around the wicket there before it's delivered, and then he's able to pull it for another 4. He's ticking now, Butler, isn't he?
Yes, don't want to jinx it, but good signs.
Yes, maybe we shouldn't have said that.
He's looking aggressive. I think he knows 20 off 20 is going to be too risky here to take that slow start.
Yes, I think you nailed it there, Andy. And I think the thing that indicates that most of all was the fact that he was backing away as Arshdeep was moving around. He was already almost in that 16th over mentality as Arshdeep comes in. What's he got this time? Oh, this time Butler goes for a drive but ends up playing it into his pads. A good comeback there from Arshdeep.
A lot slower, 72, and a little bit of swing as well. I mean, you mentioned Arshdeep in the first over. He takes a lot of wickets up front. He's a very clever bowler.
Yes.
Moves it around, varies his pace.
Well, he does. Lest we forget, leading wicket taker in the last World Cup, World 2020 World Cup, and potentially will be the leading wicket taker in this World Cup as well, which is a hell of a return.
He's trying to overhaul Farooqi, is that right?
Yeah. Got to take Farooqi down. He's going to go down like one of his teammates when time is needed. As Butler 18 from 11, so a quicker start than perhaps we've seen from Butler in this World Cup. As Arshdeep comes in again, it's on the money once more. It's pushed out, but it's easily fielded in the covers there. Dot ball from him. Arshdeep sporting, I think, a silver chain, hasn't made it to the gold level yet, like a few of our players, and maybe a few of the Indian guys as well. It's always good when they get to the gold level, and then the thickness, the girth comes afterwards. One for the pawn bot. What do we think of Arshdeep as a bowler, Andy?
Might be a religious thing with the silver for him.
Oh my goodness! I've just literally kicked a hornet's nest there. Let's hope it's not, and that it's just pure vanity and coolness. I'm going to pretend it is for the sake of that. As the coolly chained Arshdeep comes, it's a half tracker this time, and it's cut by Salt, and that is going to make its way to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Now, I was wondering about this in the first innings, but Jordan was being clocked at 72 miles an hour. That one's at 75. I don't think it's that slow. I think the speed gun's on the fritz today. And remember that what the wicket's doing is nothing to do with it. Speed gun should be speed out of the hand.
So what do you think? That's just Arshdeep coming in again, actually. So let's just talk about that. Now that did seem slow. It's stuck in the pitch a little bit, and Butler pulls it and gets his box out of the way, shall we say, as he does this. 3 overs have gone now, and England are on 26 without loss. Leah.
Yes. Let's see if we have anyone on Twitter. No, there is nothing. And on YouTube, we have Kieran Roseblade. This is a very gettable total if England get going. Unfortunately, the if is bigger than the target. Chief Wado asks if salt Butler or unsalted Butler.
Never thought of that one.
That's very good.
Butler fingers was one of the popular ones when he dropped one.
Well, talking of dropping one, India have dropped a new bowler. Akshar is on, and immediately there's an attempt at a reverse sweep by Butler. It goes up into the air, and the finger of the umpire goes up as well. I am sad to report, if you're an England fan, I am happy to report, if you're an India fan, that he is out.
You silly
was a Maxwell
little boy,
shot.
what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
What do we think, Andy?
Look, Butler obviously wanted to stamp his authority on Akshar there straight away. Could he have had a look at how the ball is gripping, what the ball is doing off this wicket for a spinner for one ball?
Yeah.
He probably could.
It came off his gloves, didn't it, and just went straight up into the air. Pan received it very happily. Joss did well. 23
it's not a bad
for 50.
innings in isolation, but he had got going, and you were hoping he might have had a Butler special, and a Butler special can win any game, but not now.
Well, this is interesting. There's been a bit of a change in the order here, and this fella's now
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
It's Moeen Ali, as the jingle says, getting ready to taking his guard at the start. Andy, why do you think they've put him in at 3 here, Moeen?
Don't know. Do you think they? Well, you're asking me, I'm asking you. But I think if it hadn't been Axar, they might have sent Bairstow in.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Bowles, first ball to Moeen, pushed forward onto the leg side. They think about 2, but there was only ever a single there. Yeah, he's always he's a floating voter of the team, isn't it? He's up and down the order like a Tory candidate up and down the stairs of a betting shop. But perhaps they feel like they need the momentum from him here.
As we are watching replays, I have to say that we have another super chat from Hattie the Met All the Betting, who sent us £2. Thanks to all the GCs for all the coverage. Thank you very, very much for £2.
As Salt plays it down the ground for a single, and we will play a super chat. Thank you so much.
Use your bribe, super chat.
Yeah, having another look at that bottle of dismissal, actually come right off the toe of his bat. He snooker cued
it. Okay. Good eyes there from Andy. Akshar in for the 4th delivery in this over. Moeen again, similar to how he got off the mark there, just pushes it out into the leg side, but this time he's able to get a couple. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, now Akshar's into the attack. How they play the spinners is going to be so crucial to this match.
Yeah, Kuldeep's going to be the real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I imagine it won't be too long before we see him once the power play is done. Akshar in for the 5th. And again, it gets up a little bit more, but Moeen is trading in carbon copies of the same shot here, really, and able to get a single, 5 from the over, and also that very important wicket of a man who hits the ball like an angry tiger, but looks like a mild-mannered rector from East Kidderminster. Axar in to complete the over. There's a slashing drive there from Salt. I think all that will happen is that he will get the strike for the next over. No, he's going to get a couple there. Good running from the England pair, leaving England on 33 for 1 after 4. Over to Leah.
Yes, and on YouTube we've had people gushing over Joss Butler just before he got out, which prompted Ben McCormick to tell the chat that well played, talking him up, lads. Yes. Well, watcher's curse or chatter's curse, or what shall we call that?
Poster's curse. The poster's curse.
Yes.
The old curse of the poster in old London town. Again, as Bumrah, the magnificent Bumrah, comes back into the
angular Bumrah.
The angular Bumrah. Do you guys remember Thundercats? That cartoon from the 80s? Mumrah. Whenever I hear Bumrah, I always think Mumrah, that transformational moment that happens. And much like the bowler himself, he seems like a broken individual as he runs into the crease and then transforms into this super creature that can take down any Thundercat or any English batsman for that matter. As he bowls to Moeen, is a beautiful delivery, line length, beats him on the outside edge, but doesn't carry to the keeper. This is a hell of a challenge for England against Bumrah in this competition.
Well, it is, and that's jagged off the pitch.
It really has.
This could be the last over of seam you get in the power play.
Yeah,
you'd want to target it, but it's Bumrah on a wicket that's doing something. So
for God's sake,
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yes.
Yeah. As Moeen say, thanks for promoting me up the order against this. Bumrah in once more, and again it's on the spot, and this time they scurry through for a single. They were intent on that. That wasn't going to not happen, if you see what I mean. Like rats into a bin. They ran right through, giving Salt the strike. Now maybe Salt's the man to have a go at Bumrah here.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Go on, Andy.
Salt's got to be there to take the pace, and Moeen to take the spin, ideally. Not that your turning runs down, but that's how you'd like it.
Yeah, spot on. And there is no greater challenge in world cricket at the moment than facing this man, the affable but deadly Bumrah.
I would have wanted to face those South African bowlers last night.
Jesus, yeah, no, that's true.
Rabada, yeah.
Bumrah in again, almost cuts Salt in half there without ever getting up there. It's cut him off at the legs almost, like they're Holy Grail. Remember that night in the Holy Grail had his legs chopped off? We were almost in that.
This is but a flesh wound.
This is but a flesh wound. Well, it wasn't a flesh wound for Salt because he was able to get back on it, but it was a dot ball from Bumrah. England need to get a bit of a move on here. They're 34 from 1, and we're halfway through the 5th over. Bumrah again. Slightly winces, doesn't he, his face as he comes in. Oh, and there's pace off, and do you know what happens? There's a beautiful cutter there from Bumrah, and all Salt can do is frankly miss it, and that means that England have lost their 2nd wicket, and you've got to say, just tremendous bowling.
It's an off spinner.
Yeah.
On your bike, mate.
Substantial movement, wasn't there, Andy?
There was, and I think Bumrah knew what I was thinking. I was thinking if he pitches one up, Salt is going to try and hit it, and I think Bumrah knew that better than I did, and it was beautifully bowled because he bowled a slower ball, so you think it's fuller than it is.
Yeah. You
think it's right up there for a half volley, then it's slower, so it's not. It's more on a length, and he spun it out of his hand. It spun inside the bat. I don't really blame Salt there. That was a top piece of bowling.
I mean, that's the reality, isn't it? When you're up against Bumrah, these things happen. Anyway, the next person has arrived at the crease.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto.
Well, the Ginger Hulk comes into the crease, and England have had a change in batsmen, and a couple of balls will be having a change in personnel. I think Andy will be getting into the box seat as the umpire indicates to Burstow, don't worry, you've only got 2 more deliveries of this stuff. This deadly stuff coming into you as Bumrah number 93 comes in again. Immediately beats Burstow with an absolute jaffer. He's enjoying this, isn't he, Andy?
He is, and boy, this is going to be. They're going to save Bumrah. That one's jabbed off the pitch the other way. I mean, good luck, really.
This is, and I think it would be fair to say this isn't necessarily the pitch. This is just the quality of the finest bowler in the world.
Both.
But Bumrah, this competition so far has lived up to his billing, shall we say? But let's see what the Ginger Hulk can do as he comes in to complete the over. Bairstow readies himself, attempts to whip that off his pads, and I think actually in the end it's just a leg by for Bairstow there, but they scuttle through for a run, and I have to tell you that is an over of 2 runs for 1 wicket, leaving England on 35 for 2.
Just one thing, you're calling him the Ginger Hulk.
Yeah.
I have to think about that stupid knockoff Hulk movie. It was called The Amazing Bulk.
The Amazing Bulk. Well, that's even better. The Ginger Bulk.
Exactly. That's
that
my
would
point.
make sense.
Well, the Ginger Bulk.
We found a post-cricket career for Bairstow here. If they want to make Ginger Bulk 2, he's available. Anyway, Andy, over to you.
And I think I'm off. Thank you,
everyone. Thank you, Leah.
And we're joined by Ajit.
Hello.
Ajit, India in the box seat here.
Well, I think that was the all-important wicket for me, Butler. And spinner already into the attack, and he makes a breakthrough in his very first over. Let's see if Bairstow can combat him well.
See, indeed, Axar his left arm around, and he does, because Bairstow has a big swipe, doesn't move his feet, and it hits the off stump.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
God, that was an ugly shot.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was not even playing the line of the ball. The ball was coming away. It was like a sort of a wide arm delivery where he was just targeting to hit the off stump. And Bairstow didn't even wait to see if the ball would turn. It was first of all keeping low in his defense. But those are the balls you probably look to play carefully, right, to start off.
Well, both Butler and Bairstow have been dismissed off the first ball they faced from Axar. and they didn't feel that they needed to have any kind of. They're both playing big shots. Butler was playing reverse sweep. Bairstow was trying to hit that one to the moon, and neither of them.
I would take a couple of balls of each spinner just to see what bounce they would get, because this is a tricky pitch, right? And these people who sort of don't use their shoulder every time, they may get one to scoot right along. So
shall we Harry Brook jingle?
Brook him up, yeah.
Brook him up.
The other danger man, if you are England, as far as I am concerned, is this individual.
Honestly, be the last. Oh.
No, I mean, if he can back.
Really dangerous player, I think. Obviously, the players who can contribute. They've still got Livingston and
Curran.
Curran. That one's played out to extra cover and there's no run.
I'm thinking he needs to bat time, get through to the 18th, 19th over, but you'll need these nuggety 20s from the other three.
He will, but and he's got to be scoring at a reasonable pace while he's doing it. Plays that one up too long off, and he'll pick up a single. Moen is still there. Now, is he going to keep in a pinch hitting role, or is he going to bed in a little bit? What do you think?
I would say he should probably look to bat sometime, get England to say 60, 65, 70, and not too much later than the 9th or the 10th over. From there, he takes over the pinch hitting role, whereas Harry Brook stays in saddle, so to say. So I would say he beds in for now.
Well, tips that one into the leg side. Axar is after it, gets a hand on it, doesn't pick it up, but it'll keep it to one all the same. And well, I was saying 50 for 1, James. It's 37 for 3 with 2 balls left.
Well, it's not exactly gone to plan, has it? If you're an England supporter or an England player, but boy, has it gone to plan for the Indian team.
I think 2 of those wickets were given, though.
Yeah. That's gone up in the air. It's gone on the back foot. Has he hit that far enough? No. In fact, he won't even get 4. It rather plugs. The fielder is round from a wide long off. Went back there, Brook, and really scooped it up straight. But at least his placement was good.
It was a calculated risk. The way he placed it, you saw he was looking to place the ball. He was not looking to hit it. Sort of dismiss it, you see. And okay, there was a bit of uncontrolled nature in that. I think he sort of was looking to hit that through mid-wicket, but it sort of went up in the air straight behind the bowler.
He dropped a bat on that one. That's the end of the over, the end of the power play, and England are mightily up against it. 39 for 3. They need another 133.
Well, they are, and the socials are reflecting that so much. Anyway, let's head into one that isn't going to bring us down. Stephen Kelk agreeing that Mumra was one badass dude. I think we can absolutely agree on that. But as he's pointing out, I find it difficult to talk about Mumra without talking about Chitara, and then I'm on thin ice.
Yeah,
Sexy Chitara.
Thundercats, no?
Thundercats. We were talking about that. Daniel Keevy is saying swing and a miss like something out of a baseball game. Pirate Badshaw is pointing out that Salt panned. Very good. And then Ben McCormack is saying game over if we're reliant on a score from Bairstow. Oh Christ, here we go, says Kieran Roseblade. And then just one last one. Bumrah is looking like he read a book on the colonisation of India last night. Sweet Bessie, says Daniel Keevy. Very, very good.
Well, I mean, there are thoughts and thoughts about such a vast subject, but coming back to this one here, Moeen Ali might have a very crucial role yet. We should not dismiss that.
Well, it's no surprise who's coming in to bowl the 7th over, and his first ball is punched up to long off for a single.
I'll just jingle him.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I don't know that Virat chunk away.
To zip through some quick overs and get England even further behind this rate.
I think he's the one that's going to sort of tempt England into hitting him. I mean, he has the license to sort of air quotes toss the ball up. You have people like Akshar and Jadeja around him. There is some animated discussion currently going on between the skipper.
Not sure what about.
No, he looks
something about the field placement. Maybe the fielder was right behind the bowler's arm.
That's what I was thinking as a possibility.
Yeah. And Rohit Sharma seemed to indicate stop it, whatever that was. Maybe they had a plan or something.
Yeah, the umpire, I think, is Rod Tucker is looking behind him. Or is it someone off the field getting in the way? It might be.
Maybe.
Kuldeep does toss it up, as you say. That's pushed out to cover by Brook, and there's no run.
This is more the test match bowling speeds that Kuldeep bowls. That's why I had the feeling the first 2 balls of his spell are more closer to 85 kph rather than the 95 kph he bowls in limited overs. Let's see.
Comes in again. He's got a slip. Tosses it up again. Punched. Well, even just dropped it really, but it rolls up to long off. There'll be another single.
That was the other one. The one that turns away from the right-hander. It was well read by Brook, and he's bunted that straight up to mid-off, and agreed single as they call it. But this, I think, this is the right approach. You see the difference in approach between Brook and what Bairstow did.
And Butler did that one turns away from the left-handed Moeen and beats him by some distance.
He's even dropping it. He's even going slower, knowing that the ball will stay low.
Oh, that's turned a long way. I mean, it's slowish turn, but we even saw Livingston turn it quite a way, and the wrist spinner might get some action here. That one's more in the pads and Moeen tips it into the leg side. They might think about 2, but no.
They wouldn't take on that man. I think it was a Jadeja. Yeah.
Jadeja, no. Yeah, I was saying earlier on with some of the pacers, I'm not sure if the speed gun is a bit on the fritz today.
Could be. I saw a bit of that. I mean, maybe it's sometimes maybe with a damper pitch or something, it can't measure it that well. Nonetheless, at least here you see that drop in speed right away from Kuldeep compared to what, let's say,
you can compare one ball to the other still, yes.
Absolutely.
Sweep from Brook. It's a good firm sweep, and it's going to be in the gap for 4. So good finish.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good active process there. He, I think, spotted the gap. He took a bit of a risk. He hit the ball well away from him, but he was fully in control. That was a good
Yes,
sweep.
that's what you do to get the sweep shot in front of square. You meet it in front of you.
And over on social, we have a discussion about Johnny Bairstow has to be his last game, says Ben McCormack. Nick Vickers say, for fuck's sake, Bairstow. 1 by 1, says S. Sam. Nick Vickers says, brook him up and knock him down. Let's hope not. Come on, Harry. Stephen Kelt comes in with good punnage. He will not brook any bad deliveries. Brian in Brisbane puts out, for fuck's sake, I leave for 5 minutes and 3 wickets go. We've got to take better care of this cricket for Brian.
Well, hopefully he's back now from an England point of view, and I think that's going to be a stumping. Moeen went forward. He played it with bat and pad, but it rolled back behind him, and of course when it's hit him, the wicket keeper doesn't have to wait for it to pass the stumps, and I think that's what he did. Sharp bit of work by Pant, who I think reached forward and then knocked the stumps kind of backwards, and I think Moeen is in trouble here.
Moeen thought he had beat the keeper when he left the crease. I think it was on his leg side. Unfortunately, he was unsighted.
Well, he did get his pad on it, but it just rolled
No,
back.
it's out.
Yes, he is out. Yeah,
He's out.
Yep.
Oh dear. Shall I jingle him before they even announce it? It feels...
I would wait. But yeah, it's coming though.
No, he's out.
Unless
he's somehow dropped the ball.
No, the ball is in his glove, you see it.
Unless his bat had an invisible 20 centimetres underneath it that we couldn't see, he is unfortunately out.
Very sharp work.
Maybe
I would
not
not call this a stumping. It's called a stumping, alright.
Well, yeah, I think...
run out, I think.
I think
but I'm right.
Yeah, but what you would say is he's not going for a run. Technically, but out. Well, I suppose it means Axar gets the wicket, and he's on 3 for 11. Great day for him. And, well, that might be the last we see of Moeen as well.
Moeen, I dare say, is closer to the sunset in this case.
Hey, look, everybody loves Moeen. I think he's had a great career in both, in all 3 formats, but I think his time has probably come.
I mean, given the talent that was at his disposal, you may think he could have made a few more runs, but it's tough to see what goes on inside anybody's head. I think he's done really well. In comes very interesting batter, somebody whom you'd want in a battling situation, right?
I can hear the irony thick in your voice there.
Well, I was waiting for a jingle.
We're going to jingle off after this delivery.
Who at least managed not to get out on the first ball he faced from Axar, so that's a start.
You see the difference in speed.
Some chorus. What's his distinguishing feature? Some chorus. He starts from Zimbabwe. Some chorus.
You know, when I see that again, he
Yeah, he's
has
a bit-
kind of set off for a run.
No, he was unlucky in as much that he flicked it into his own thigh pad and
Yeah.
didn't know how far it went.
I think he sort of set off for a run there. You're
Exactly,
right.
that's why I told
Yeah.
you it's a run out.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
nonetheless, I think he was a bit unlucky that, usually these flicks that touch your thigh pad,
Of
they're
course,
sort of
yeah.
well behind you. It hit the edge of the thigh pad and fell right into pun slap. as it
Had
were.
just had to reach forward and pick it up. We had a single out to mid-wicket, and now Curran has played that one to mid-wicket as the left-hander, but there's no run that time.
You see the difference in speeds. Akshar is operating between 55 mph and 60 mph, which is more like 90 to 98 kph. So that's the difference, where this guy is able to toss the ball a little bit more, Kuldeep.
Onto the pads again, tipped out to deep square. They'll get one, probably not two.
Well, what this period of play has basically meant, even before the halfway mark, India have established a firm grip on the game. England will have to do all the running here if they were to even get close. That's the thing.
Well, the problem for them as well is, they can't take too long to bed in and rebuild because that rate is getting very high as well.
I think they're giving some sort of a time to establish 20-30 runs, a little bit of a platform, because they've held Livingston back. Jordan can give it Humpty, so can Archer. After that, it's tough, I think.
Yeah, and that one's punched out to point, and there's no run, and England are staring down the barrel.
Well,
49 for 4 off 8 overs.
Let's think about Thundercats instead. Leah saying, I never really got into Thundercats. There were other 22-minute Saturday toy commercials I preferred, and Captain Future, of course, that had a character that looked a lot like Bairstow. Chief Wardo's praising Mob for his jingles. Kieran Roseblade said, the long and short of this England team is that they've been overusing players who are past it, essentially on a goodbye holiday. Their bowling attack is frail. The buck has to stop. Well, he says with Mog, and then points out Mog is the autocorrect of Mott, which I think is a lovely conspiracy theory about why England have been doing so badly in white ball cricket.
Well, this has been a better effort than the 50 over World Cup, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Then again, England have...
Oh,
that must be out. That must be out. It turns into him, and that was plumb as plum can be, and I'm expecting Curran's going to waste a review. That is smashing middle stump.
He didn't pick a googly. No. Oh dear. And it stayed low. That's on him. I think Rod Tucker is almost hiding a smile as he goes for
it. It does look like that.
He's going, you reckon so, son?
You
know what? I think one or two of the Indian players are saying the same thing to Sam Curran.
I think so. No, it crouched on him, but he had not picked that ball at all.
It's like a dry
lovely
ball.
It's pretty full. It has kept low, but it's past his bat more than under it. That's going to be so...
He played a wrong line. The bat came from third man. It was not coming straight down.
I don't know. Curran isn't the same age as the others, but for me, he's another one. I'm not buying it.
There is some sort of a discussion between Rohit and...
yes, again.
And the umpire. It's very heated. Curran is walking away. I don't know what is happening here.
I think he just saw the replay and thought, yeah, might as well not waste my time.
That is middle of middle.
Yeah,
that's middle of middle territory. Or top and top of middle and leg territory.
Maybe he was hoping he got an edge on it, and as soon as he realised he didn't.
No. There was no edge. When it comes to these sort of balls, it.
Oh dear.
Just a bit of desperation from Curran in that review.
Go OUT the window. Go OUT the window.
Not the man.
Go OUT the window. 'Cause OUT spells out.
This could get messy right now, and we don't mean our venerable tweet expert. This could get we're talking teenagers left at home with the key to dad's drinks cabinet messy. This really could. It's uncomfortable.
No. I think England will come out of it, maybe making around 130. Don't expect people like Brook, who has a point to prove. He has a point to prove, saying he belongs in the limited over squads. He might as well play a blinder here. So, Asmal might go down swinging, is what I'm saying.
Well,
and he's joined by, the guy that held back.
I am Livingston. I play for the light. My one-day kid is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Pitches it up Cooley, and Livingston punches it up too long off for a single.
You see, that's sort of the sensible sort of cricket I was looking for from Bairstow. And look, both of these batters, right? They are two contrasting batters. One is more classier than the other is more of a hitter, but they are extremely experienced when it comes to T20s, and they have a dangerous strike rate. I saw.
Well, they almost rescued that game against South Africa.
Exactly. Let's see.
They've got a bigger task now. Kuldeep is in, tosses it up. Brook hits it into the leg side, up to long on.
That's good cricket. He's playing it sort of hitting the ball where it's coming from, more or less. In this case, the other thing probably Sam Curran did wrong was he went back to a ball that he should have been clearly forward. That ball was never going to bounce on him. So there's no point in going back to it. You saw the same ball, more or less the same ball that they were able to bunt down to mid-on, mid-off.
Drops that one down to point, thinks about a run, and in fact a non-striker with more than thinking about it. Brook was 3 or 4 yards down the track and had to make a swift about turn to get
Would have been a bit of harakiri.
Well, you can't have a collapse without a run out.
I hope not. Come on. I want a bit of fight. No, it's a semi-final, and the last one was an absolute bloodbath. I want this one to be a bit of a fight.
Well, it'll have to be these two, I think, for England, if anyone's going to. Livingston, yes, is going back as well. A bit Joe Root style, but these players aren't Joe Root.
No, there's a difference there.
And they'll get through for a single, but he's playing with fire there.
Now, if Livingston had missed that one, he was in a bit of trouble, but I think he is accomplished enough. I think in this 11, he is used as one of those, lower order batters, but he has the pedigree to bat at number 4 in most ODI.
He's been a useful bowler in this tournament. The conditions have suited him.
That's what they've made him out to be, but I dare say he can bat at 4 if required.
Wide and turns even further, and Brook has to reach for it. At least he managed to stay on his feet, like Yadav did with a similar ball. He gets it out to deep point for a single. Another over gone. England 53 for 5. They don't know whether to stick or twist.
One thing I saw is he was giving himself room outside the leg stump, and Yadav chose to go away from him naturally within his allowed range.
Well,
yes, we have anything on socials?
Yes, no, we do. Stephen Cole saying, this is starting to feel like an England Test game in India. Sam points out one by one the buffoons are falling off. I hope the Brits lose, says Will Dare. Well, you're going to get your wish, I think. Sam again, England is already on the beach. I bet they wish they were. Clayton Nielsen, England now just looking to save face. Do they have any fight in them? Kieran Roseblade points out, ironically, they're also on the ropes and on thin ice as well as on the beach.
Yeah, bring in all the
everything at once.
While we are at it, why not?
We've got to change the bowling, haven't we?
Yeah.
We do. He comes in, played out into the offside. It's going to beat point. Now he gets a hand on it.
Good fielding there. I thought he prevented a 4 or maybe even more. 3 or 4, what I mean. Because that was timed well. Surya, diving at point, saved that.
They need a more controlled ages on.
Well, I'm sure there will be time for post-mortems soon enough.
Okay.
I think you're right, Ajit. We can respect that the game is still going on. That's a nice shot by Brook. He steps back and plays that one to the left of the fielder at short cover, and he's got enough on it to beat deep point, and he'll get 4.
That was a bit of filth.
Yeah, you're right. Too short.
Short and wide, and there's enough class. He played it with straight bat through extra cover. That's a very good shot, Brook. But look, I was expecting Jadeja to probably settle in and probably bowl more like Kuldeep does, more like a test match bowling.
That one is fuller and straighter, and it's punched past cover, and they'll get a single.
Well, 7 runs of the first 3 balls. Good start. Right way to put a bowler under pressure. This is what you would look to do, I expect, against quality spinners. Take 1s and 2s, maybe if you get that one bad ball, you put it away to the boundaries while you get a reading of how he comes off the pitch. This is good. What I see here is very instructive.
Goes back again. Livingston punches it out to the sweeper at deep point, and he'll get another single.
The very fact that they're not cowed, they're actually playing how they would under normal circumstances, showing me that England are in the fight yet. The run rate is not where it can be. The required is crossed 10 very comfortably, but even 11 actually. But it's all right. They have the strokes, right? These two, they are able to make that one big hit every over.
These two do. The problem is one more wicket, and I think we're toast. Livingston punches that one out, and Brook, in fact, and he'll get a single as well. But as you say, decent over this one. 9 off it with 1 ball to go.
And if they can even run a 2 here, right, that will be a very good over. A first 10 plus run over, right, in a while.
They won't get anything off that one, as that one's just played into the leg side. Jade just scurries across and picks it up. We will have a change, we will have a drinks break, we will have all sorts of things happening, and I should get onto socials and check those out.
Well, as we're just making a transition here, I'll quickly just do a few more on YouTube. Moment's dismissal is how I get out in cricket video games when I hit the run bar too early, says Chief Wardo. Pay the toll, says England bottle jobs. This is becoming reminiscent of the Euros that are taking place at the moment as well. Chief Wardo said he reviewed that like a Tory reviewing an opinion poll. What through closed eyes?
Hello, he's trying to outdo James on the simile front.
There we go, we need some similes. Anyway, over to the new crew.
Thank you very much. Well, the English clown car is, the wheels are coming off pretty much simultaneously here. It's not going well. Slow, low, turning wickets, and England's approach often are not good bedfellows, and I'm afraid that is proving to be the case today. 62 for 5. They are behind on the run rate. It's got worse since then, and they now need what do they need? 110 in 60 balls. James, thank you very much. They need 11 and over, and they're going at less than 6.5 there. It's not looking good.
No, it's not. Who is on social with us?
Well, I was going to say we seem to have missed a whole bunch of tweets.
I'll leave that to you.
Never mind. In that case, I'll catch up on them.
Yeah,
Jolly Ollie says England play T20 in tests and tests in T20s. Leah has posted the amazing bulk. I will check that out later. Jersey Oak says we're doomed, and for once he's right. Jay says all the Indian spinners gives me the fear, and also silver for Sikhs, pewter and tattoos for proddy Irish. James, thou cheeky fuck. Barmy James says, morning folks, last time it was a hot and sweaty Port Hedland, today it's chilly Adelaide and need full A salt and butlery. Well, too late for that. England will... England are losing this, I'm afraid.
Well, they are. I mean,
they will, for one thing, argue, well, we reached the semi-finals, but a critic could easily say, well, you lost to Australia, you lost to South Africa, and you lost to India.
Funny enough, if you could have heard the conversation that was being had in the green room not 5 minutes ago, it was pretty much along those lines.
It was, yeah.
It's one thing battering USA and Namibia.
And Oman.
They played well against the West Indies, but...
They did.
It's not enough.
62 for 5. After 10, you can work that run rate out for yourself, and it's not great. Harry Brook, commendably, 19 off 15. We've seen some shocking shots go, though, under the conditions. Bairstow's was extraordinary. Moeen Ali's was daft. That one is worked away towards cover. They might come back for 2, actually. We're going to get overthrows. It was out to extra cover. Through came in. Bit of over-enthusiasm, possibly, there.
Should have been a run-out. She was miles short.
He had to dig that out. It was tossed up very full, and I think he might have thrown to the wrong end, to be perfectly honest.
No, I think he threw to the right end.
It was Jadeja anyway. I think he can afford to smile. Well, he looks a little rueful underneath his...
Well, he will do if Brook takes England home, he says optimistically.
There, I want some of whatever you're drinking, smoking, or generally imbibing. That's nipped back. How on earth did that ball not bowl Harry Brook? It turned a mile. And, well, we'll have a look, I'll tell you. It's out the back of the hand, nipped back, past the outside edge, into the gloves of Rishabh Pant, probably missed the off stump by 3 or 4 inches. So Harry Brook on 21, Livingston on 3 off 5, and this Indian bowling has England right under the pump. And... well, I don't know. You can't blame the conditions. The conditions are what the conditions are. India have mastered them.
Pretty much the same for both teams, I think.
India have mastered them. England haven't. Thrown up again. Reverse swept by Harry Brook. That's going to get him 4 runs, I think. It's beaten Bumrah, who's down there at backward square. And yes, 4 runs is what it's got. Played that beautifully.
He did. Well, I mean, one of the few... I think there's been several... I mean, at times England's batting has clicked. Phil Salt's had a reasonably good tournament. Butler's been okay. They just didn't stand up at the big time, did they? Which was today. Harry Brooks had a good last couple of games.
Yep, Harry Brook's been looking in good order. Let's hope that isn't the curse of him. He's reverse swept and been bowled. And between Bear and I, we have
just
probably
well, this is what we should say to ourselves, Tone.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Did you just play that in sort of stereo?
Yeah.
I thought you'd intentionally. No. I thought you meant as if it was for both of us. You'd done the two simultaneously. One reverse sweep had brilliantly found the boundary. That one was just that little bit wider.
Well, actually, I'd say that's the opposite, Tone. It was straighter.
Well, do you think it was straighter? But
it was more leg side. He was playing around his pad.
Well, it's more leg side. That's what I meant. I meant it was down leg side, and it meant that Harry Brook tried the same thing, didn't get it. Back went his leg stump, and back goes Harry Brook. 25 off 19, 68 for 6, and
well, I'll be sporting South Africa on Saturday.
You'll be working on that South African accent there.
Absolutely.
Go Proteus. 68 for 6, and Kuldeep's having a fabulous day out. 2 for 17 for him. His fellow spinner Axar Patel, 3 wickets for him, and he'd been terrific. There's some smiling English fans in the crowd, but I think they're just enjoying it because they're in Guyana and it's not raining. I don't think they're enjoying what they're seeing, and it's going to be Chris Jordan.
What's Chris Jordan's highest ever score?
I can tell you that. Give me 2 seconds. Caller.
Probably done about 10 years ago.
36.
Oh, there you go. We're not getting home.
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry. More England caps will soon draw nigh.
Well, he defends the first one.
Or if they don't, then it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the windy team.
Back to Kuldeep. I mean, just pound for pound, the Indian spin attack has got the edge over England's, and particularly on a wicket that's favouring them. That forces Jordan onto the back foot. He defends again. Splendid if we're playing for a draw in a test match. We're not.
No.
11 overs gone, 68 for 6. Maybe thinking one big over some Livingston and all is not lost. But that's unlikely.
Now I want something what you're smoking.
Yeah, exactly. I think you need 3 big Livingston overs.
Well, you can only get them one at a time, Bear.
Well, he has scored 100 off about 38 balls once, so you know.
Not against this attack in these conditions.
No.
I think Twitter has given up. Nick Vickers, Bear's got the right idea. If you're going to sit through this, at least get some beer down you.
Well, indeed. He's bowled very well, has Chris Jordan, of course. Took 1 hat-trick, was on a hat-trick today. But I think England know this game is up. Who did he get his highest score against, I wonder? I'm just trying to work it out. Versus New Zealand in Wellington in 2019 is when he got his 36. And I hate to tell you, New Zealand went on and won that game by 21 runs.
Uh-huh.
So it didn't do England a lot of good. Jadeja, it is. Ooh, he always looks like he's slightly dragged them down, but it's effective enough. Just push for single down to long on.
Well, if you can drive it into the pitch, get it to stick and turn a little bit, it holds, it stands up. It's not easy at a time.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's gone for 11 off his first over, so that is about what England need to take off every over from here on in. And the issue now is not just the runs that they need on the board, it's the wickets they've got left to do them with. That's pushed Kuldeep fields off his own bowling, I beg your pardon, Jadeja fields off his own bowling by sticking out a leg. A bit like a goalkeeper who can't be bothered to dive.
No, but they do that now.
Around the wicket he comes. That's the same again, Bear. It's very sort of round arm shoved into the ground, but he got a bit of turn.
A bit as well, it jumped on him.
Yeah, got a bit
it's
of
not
turn.
an easy wicket to bat on. I think 160 proved to be a very good score.
Classic left arm
172
delivery.
even.
What's he got this time? He's done it again.
Came too
Down
early.
the track comes Livingston. Jadeja saw him coming. That was very telegraphed, and all Livingston can do is nudge it square and take a single. 3 off the over, 71 for 6. 1 ball left of this Jadeja over. That's a little bit floatier, played off the back foot by Jordan for a single, and
There's no
just 3 and England do not look mentally like they just want this to be over. Is the impression I
there's
get
no
here.
point. This is it. You've got to go out firing. You might as well be bowled out.
Better
There's
to
no point.
burn out.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not going to affect you. Well, your net run rate's neither here nor there.
It
You
doesn't
might as
matter,
well
does
go
it?
down
No.
in flames.
Exactly.
When we're going to moan anyway.
Sam on YouTube says, one by one, the steady march of the Penguins continues. Leah says, more like lemmings.
Oh, I was about to say
Stephen
lemmings.
Kelk says,
Yeah.
yes, particularly that's why the England batsmen say, oh no, and then explode.
Dodos.
Yeah. Daniel Keevy says, how's a Kensington overall for bowling? Spin friendly like Guyana or a pacer's delight?
I don't think it's a pacer's delight.
It's not a pacer's
and it's
delight,
been
but
quite slow this World Cup,
it has
hasn't
been
it?
pretty slow, but I don't think it's as much of a spinner's paradise as Guyana is.
Well, a bit of rain around on Saturday as well,
Oh,
unfortunately.
joy. Of course there is. Over the wicket comes Kuldeep. There is a slip that's wristily flicked by Livingston towards point. Jadeja just jogs after it. Jordan will be back on strike, who's faced 4 balls so far and played each of them immaculately in defence.
He got a single off one of them.
Well, yeah, but that was still an immaculate defensive shot.
We're not even up at 6 and over.
In comes Kuldeep.
Oh, that's out.
got Jordan in front, surely. Rishabh Pant is jumping up and down like a jack in the box. Up goes Rod Tucker's finger. Pant is delighted.
I might review
Jordan is gone. I don't know.
I think it's
does he
out.
want to review? Oh, they have reviewed.
Well, Curran's was a ridiculous
Curran's
review.
was
This one,
nuts.
there's something in this one. It was turning towards leg stump. I think it's probably out.
No, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be umpire's call. I think
Could
it's,
be umpire's call. I don't mind.
It turned
reviewing this
quite
one
a
so
lot
much.
from about middle. He was quite deep, but it turned. The angle looked like it might just miss. But
Well, we'll have a look for you. Joel Wilson is the third umpire, so someone is pointing him at the monitor now and following the braille with his.
you know what?
I
I think
think
that's hit him in line, maybe with leg stump.
Yeah,
Maybe just inside.
Umpire's call for me. Slightly
Yeah.
high and was going. It was. Yeah, that looks a goner to me. India look reasonably comfortable. They've got their man.
You certainly didn't hit it. Get past that bit. Yeah, we're
Put it this way, I don't think they're going to be wildly upset if they haven't got their man. I think we'll just get him in the next couple of
Yeah, well,
balls.
exactly. They've got this one done. This game is done.
The original decision was out. There's definitely no bat involved. It does turn. His right-hander and the ball turns towards his leg stump, but looks to me like he's banging front of leg. And even if it was carrying on with the trajectory of the ball, it's going to clip.
No, I don't know.
Pitch is outside off. Am I
Just
right or wrong?
umpire's
Umpire's call. I think I'm on the money.
Umpire's call. Everybody's right.
Everybody's right. Everybody's right. England don't lose a review. I don't think they care. 72 for 7. Jordan has to walk.
Now you're gone.
I think that's another one we're seeing the last of. Needs a big revamp, this team.
Well, he's bowled well, to be fair, this tournament,
Yeah.
by and large, has Chris Jordan. I think his days batting have gone.
I don't think he was ever the batsman some people made him out to be.
No, he was a good
Jay
hitter.
says, oh good lord, I had to nip out. Bother. I think you really know it's serious when Jay says bother instead of epic and blinding. Barmy James says, still here, it's very early morning so can't have a beer. Might crawl back into bed. Yeah, I wouldn't lose any sleep on account of this game.
No, Jofra Archer is the man at the crease.
Come on, Joffrey.
I would have played, and it's easy to be wise after the event, of course. I think England needed an extra quality spinner in the side today and could have done without
Not sure
one.
that would have made any difference. I think we needed an extra batsman.
Break your heart, hotter than lava.
Hartley might have been that man. He can bat.
In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Kieran asks how the underbets are.
Not bad. Should
You didn't do
be.
them against England.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's cost you a few quid.
Yeah.
Well, see, I think Josh Butler, who's just got a towel around his head, he's at his neck, his head is sunk low. He knows it's just a matter of time, and he's.
Well, I think Mott has to go.
Yeah, yeah, two slips in
slips.
place for Kuldeep. Archer defends. Well, he defends but wants a single. There is a man at short extra.
To give it a long handle, Joff.
I mean, there's just no point. What's the point of just ones and twosing it now?
Well, exactly. He's just got to swing. We got humble. That's the way it goes.
That one is, oh, what a ball. Archer stepped back, it turned back into him. He gets a bottom edge down towards fine leg and will get a single for it, and probably is hugely grateful to be away from the strike.
Stephen Kelk says only thing that is that England football might somehow Sibley their way into the quarterfinals.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, we beat Slovakia. What do we? You play Slovenia again?
No,
Like
if
it.
we well, no.
I'm joke.
Okay.
Kuldeep. That's a wrong one from Kuldeep, and it's moves away from Livingston, who was rather rooted to the spot and could only get a bottom edge on it, and there's no run.
Well, interestingly though, if we do win and get through to the quarterfinals, there's a good chance we'll end up playing Italy.
Italy, yeah.
Kuldeep forces Livingston on the back foot once again. He defends. England are prepared. Well, what's about 81 for 9 after 20. What do you reckon? What are the chances of that?
Well, shit, that was only another 8 runs.
I know.
This is just the last throws.
13 complete, 73 for 7, Andy.
Carl Herbert, many teams looking for a big revamp after this World Cup. England, Australia, New Zealand, to name a few. Definitely New Zealand. Australia, I guess they're losing Warner. I don't think they're too bad apart from that. Kieran says, in the last 2 World Cups, who've we beaten? West Indies, Namibia, Oman and USO. He must have beaten someone in the 50 over World Cup.
Oh, and if you're counting the 50 over World Cup, yeah. That one, oh my word, that forces Archer onto the back foot again. Shoots through quite low. Jadeja's got his tactics right against Jofra. Jofra quite wristily flicks this out towards the cover boundary. There's a man riding that boundary and it would just be a single.
Time for Livingston to launch.
Yep.
We need 100.
Well, that one he's was forced onto the back foot again. He stepped outside to leg, cuts it away down to a deep long off. It's Virat Kohli. The camera is immediately all over him. But he did stop a single in magnificent fashion.
How did that miss?
Completely beaten Jofra. It nipped in, turned away. Joffre's got no idea how that's not bowled him. We've got no idea. We'll have a look and let you know. Oh, it just turned. It would have hit the top of middle, and it just evaded it by a coat of paint. Cut by Archer, out to cover. They'll take another single. Jofra can breathe a sigh of relief. And it's 76 for 7. What did I say? 81 for 9 after 20.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is, Livingston. He's had a go at that. Unfortunately, he's only managed to pull it down to Axar Patel, who's had a super day at work. And they will just get a single. It's 77 for 7. All the 7s after 14. Oh, Lord. Andy.
Yes, that's not going to win you any jackpots. Yeah, Chief Wardo says Warner, Stoinis, Wade. There are a few for Australia. I'm not sure Stoinis is done yet.
No, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty surprised Wade was even playing in this tournament.
Yeah.
But we can talk.
He was there for the niggle factor.
God, yeah.
He's the Joey Barton of cricket.
Very much so.
I would actually quite like to see them fight, because Joey Barton would smash the hell out of him.
You probably quite like Joey Barton based on his QPR
not really,
days.
Not really, no.
Pushed by Livingston out towards mid-wicket. He'll take a single. He'll say, that's me done for the couple of balls. Over to you, Joffrey. See if you can defend a few.
No, he got that for 2.
Oh, they came back for 2. Excellent. Well done, Liam.
Yeah, he's going to score 100. And how many balls have we got?
Is that Jay Shah?
30.
Yeah, I think so. He's in there somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's generous applause. He might have been applauding the fielding, mind you.
Guy next to him still
likely.
applauding.
He is. What for? What's he
I have
applauding?
no idea. He's stuck like a
Joe
record.
Biden over there.
He does seem to be still clapping. Cut by Livingston. There's going to be a man on the cover boundary. There might be 2 again. Bumrah, the fielder, who's out there. And it was just a single that time, so it's back to Jofra. We're seeing a lot of Jay Shah. Mind you, there's a lot of him to see, particularly around the sort of the central area of his crouching body. In comes Axar Patel. An attempted swing to leg by Jofra. Bottom edges it onto his pad. Trickles away into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, at least he tried to hit a 6.
Yeah.
Well, yes, he did have a go. Blimey, there's some. Oh, who have we got there? Kapil Dev, Tendulkar, Sachin.
Hey!
Jofra has launched this all the way. Well done, Jofra. High and long.
We're going to win. We're going to win.
He's got a good eye, though, Jofra, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has got a good eye.
In his arc. Great
It was
swing.
absolutely crazy in that South Africa game that Curran turned down the strike because he thought he had a better chance of hitting a 6 than Archer.
I know. Rohit is looking fed up. I really don't think it's going to be overly of a problem for you. Oh, that's an inside edge.
Oh, here comes
and
the run
now
out.
we've had a run out. Yes, we have, by a country mile. Livingston
Them's the
has
rules.
gone. It was bottom edge. It was bottom edge down to
Jofra should
the
have
man
run
on the 45.
Well,
Jofra should have run. He didn't, as Bear quite rightly said.
It's nothing to do with Archer. It wasn't his fucking call. It was behind. It was a run, and Livingston was right. Archer was wrong, I'm afraid.
Livingston turned like, I don't know,
Well, he was 3/4 of the way down. He should have.
an articulated lorry in a small Tesco's car park.
Jofra should have fucking run.
Yeah, well, I don't make the rules. You can't have a collapse without a run out.
No, fair enough. You're absolutely right, Andy. It was always going to be there.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Ravi Natarajan on Twitter, YouTube I should say, says, Tony, the only guy in the studio that does not have a bulging central part is that bald guy. I think his name is Undy. I think he means me.
Undy?
Andy, yeah.
I am bald though, that's true.
He's got a good point there. I suppose it's, people in glass houses shouldn't be throwing stones about, slightly portly tum-tums.
Nah, but
Sam
we're old
says
men.
Indian Thundercats versus England Thunder Kittens.
Yeah, it's been it's what is so desperately annoying is I think we saw the script from this in advance.
Yeah,
Even the
we
most
did. We hoped
optimistic
it
of us.
wouldn't be this way, but of course it has turned out exactly as we thought.
Mayank on Twitter says, I think there's a British Airways flight leaving in 3 hours 20 minutes back to London.
I don't think they're going to be on that. I suspect
England
they are
should be
going
on
to be on
that
it tomorrow.
economy class.
No, they've got to the semi-final. They had to do it by battering.
I
the
think
small
it's
nations.
the minimum, isn't it? You want to get through to the semi-final in one of these tournaments, and
I think you just look at their results and they say you played
complete
4 good
reverse.
teams.
Yeah, this is a complete
Only
reverse of
won one
2022. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That
rain
10-wicket
permitting, I
Adelaide
hope
win.
I'll see you on Saturday.
Oh, Andy, thank you. You've been a star. Yes, you will see us.
Oh,
on
it's me to
Saturday.
take
We
us
are
through
looking
the end of
forward.
this shite.
It's over to the Bear.
Hardick's going to come into the attack. He's the man that they should be attacking, but he's got 4 overs left and there's only 5 in the game, so he's not even going to bowl them. That's clumped out to deep cover. It'll be a single. I'm surprised that Adil Rashid doesn't come in above the 2 players that have come in above him either. He's a better batsman than Chris Jordan and Archer, I think. He's a very good bowler, but he's also a pretty decent bat. He's certainly got a better batsman's mind than both of those two. Rubbery wrists. Clumps that one up to. Oh, he's out. He's run himself out though. It's played up to mid on aerially, and I don't think Adil Rashid's got through. I think he's run
This is
himself
a
out.
shit
88 for 8. This is a real shit show.
3 fat ladies.
Oh well, we got further in Australia, Messi. We just fucked up after it. Jesus, this is pathetic. He's walked off. He's
And
run
that's
himself
88
out.
for 9, isn't it?
88 for 9. Yeah,
It is 88 for 9. Yes.
He's just played out to mid on. He's just jaunted down the pitch, and it's a really good bit of fielding.
Oh,
Backhand
it's a
throw.
backhand,
I think it was
that's
Sky.
superb.
I was just having a little kip, and I woke up to the.
Well,
you've got
India will be happy to get through to the final. I'm hoping now that South Africa can beat them.
The Chokers Derby.
It's the Chokers Derby.
It's the Chokers
exactly.
Derby. We're looking forward to that.
Well, I think
my money this time.
again.
Is on
I
India,
think
though.
it'll be how do well, South Africa aren't known for their ability to play spin, are they?
No, they're not.
And it'll be a question of they've got some very powerful batters. Can they take on India's spin department? They got the bowling attack. They've both got good bowling attacks at different departments, I suppose. Well, we shall see. Will Rowett go early? Rowett's led from the front. Smash! Oh! That's a good shot by Joffre.
How do you like
Straight
them
back
apples?
over the bowler's head. Harnick, 2 wickets. 6. That's why he didn't want to run. He thinks he can take England over the line.
Well,
it's a very long way away.
It is.
That's a great shot.
It was a good shot.
But when the opposition captain smiles and laughs and things, you kind of know that
who cares?
It's all in vain. Beautiful shot though.
He's flat batted that one. Could be out. Could be the end of the game. Nope, he hasn't even got it up to long on. Plugs get a single. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what England say at the end of this, isn't it? Is it preparation again? Is it the coaching? Is it just the team? Is it there's not enough intensity from the leader? Should Joss be England captain? I don't think so. Said it after the one-day international captain. He always looks, whether he's steely on the inside, he never looks steely on the outside.
No.
And that's part of the battle. You've got to think your captain's got to look like he's in control. That's played down to long on, and there's no run. And I think whilst he may be one of the best batters in T20 in the world, I don't think he's one of the best captains. And I think you need someone a little bit more inspirational for the team. Don't know who. Is Harry Brook captain material?
He probably is in the longer term. I don't think it'd be a bit of a rush. It would put undue pressure on him at the wrong stage in his career. I think you want to develop his batting.
Yeah, Harnick in. Smashed! He's not got enough of that. Yeah, he has.
Glorious shot.
It's four runs from Archer. And so it was about 14 or 15. I said they wanted to target Harnick, but he's not going to bowl enough overs. It's a 4.
It's Nissan She.
100's up for England. 72 in 4 overs. So we need what? But well, I don't think anyone's going to win the GPL. If England had won, you were going to win, Messi. Well, potentially.
Well, yeah.
What's the lowest score? Oh, we're actually.
I had a few entries in, so I might be in the running.
172. So we're on 272 at the moment. You're on 273. Yeah. If they get one run and then out, you're done.
Easy.
Yeah.
Mike says, just check the schedule, and there's a British Airways flight leaving in 3 hours 20 minutes back to London. I reckon England should get on that flight tonight, economy class.
We did have that.
We did have that
railroad again.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
It's good enough to have it twice. Why not?
I don't think they will, as we said earlier. But well, Reece Topley, who can't bat for fucking toffee, he is the one genuine rabbit in this side. And Jasprit Brumman's come back to bowl to him. Oh, slower ball. Pings it up to long on, and there's a single. Oh, you're in clover here. 273. If the wicket falls now.
Joffrey, you don't need any more runs. You just need to get out. Oh.
Joffre 20 not out. It's been a terrific knock by him. 20 off 13, and the striking, the cleanliness of his striking has been superb.
Yeah, it has.
That's probably enough to have talked him out. Who was it we last talked out?
Wasn't it Livingston?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there's a punch single. Messi loses out on the GPL. It goes out
Joffre.
into the covers, and there's a good chance it'll all be over now because Topley's facing. Every time Topley's facing, there's a good chance the game will end. I mean, there's a chance when Joffre's facing, of course, but Topley is.
He's got a high score of 9.
Yeah. Well, today's the day, son.
Yeah, 9 will do me very nicely.
Yeah, probably would. Well, he's had a swing. He's not really connected with it though. It's just dropped into the leg side. There'll be a single.
That was a lot of swing.
Can you see South Africa beating this India tie on Sunday?
I can see them doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they'd need to bowl first. I think they'd need to bat first. Sorry, South Africa.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. I'm sure.
Put pressure on India. Try and get a couple of early wickets.
Whatever happens, for the first time, a side will go through the World Cup unbeaten.
True, actually.
Oh yeah.
Which does make it a logical final, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big appeal for LBW.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Well,
really? I thought that hit him outside the line.
Yeah,
I mean,
so do I.
I wouldn't review it because what's the
Review
fucking
it.
point? Oh, he's going to
Review
review
it.
He's
Review
going, I
it.
might as
You
well.
just want to. You want a chance at winning the money because you're out of it
Yeah.
now. It's
Oh no, it is out.
274.
I just saw it live on my screen, which is behind, and it's definitely hitting middle.
Oh, is it? Yeah, but did it hit him in line? He was a long way across.
No, but it hit
Jasper
his back
thinks.
foot.
Oh, did it? I thought it hit front pad. That's why.
I think
was
so. Yeah.
Well, we'll have a look.
Well, Jasper and Rod Tucker seem to be in conversation, both in frantic agreement with each other that it was out.
Oh yes. Well, actually, you never know. It might be going down.
No, look, hits him on the foot.
Hits him on
in
the
front
foot.
of middle.
Well, it's middle and leg, and it's angling down. I think it'll still be hitting the
No,
outside
I think
of
that
leg
angle.
stump.
I think it's actually more like middle and off when you look at the other angle.
No, he's definitely shoved it down leg side. I
That's
still
out.
think it's going on to hit the outside of leg
That's
stump.
out.
I think he gave him out on the shot, really, actually. Certainly didn't hit it. It was a pretty ugly
It was a pretty
shot.
shit shot. But that's not the first time today, that's for sure.
Well, shouldn't
Oh,
do,
dear.
Done fuck all. No, I don't know. It's going. Oh, it's
umpire's
just
call.
shading the outside
Game
of the
over.
stump. It is game over. Well, it was an elongated game. And England have been pretty shite, really. Probably
It's exactly 4 o'clock here, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, England should have tried. They never really got control of India when they were batting. They got off to a good start, only lost 2 wickets in the power play, and only lost 2 wickets in the first 10 overs. And we never really, even when we slowed them down for a little bit, they'd come back and recover and have a couple of big overs. And they got to 172, was it? 171, 172. No, 171. We needed 172
yeah.
to win, didn't we? And that always looked like a pretty good score on this track, and it's proved to be by quite some margin. They've thrashed us by 68 runs, a very poor showing by England. I guess they had to. I mean, this is a T20. You had to chase it. Butler looked good until he got out, and then there was a couple of Bairstow played all around one. Opening spell was good, and the spinners just tied us in knots. We'd lost too many wickets by the time they came on, and everyone was having to take chances because we didn't score enough in the power play. And no one was in, and we've seen it a lot. Enough IPL games. You see, the pattern of a T20 is rarely taken off course once it's set.
Slow, low, and a lot of turn
Yeah.
is kryptonite for England's approach.
It is. It's
and it
kryptonite for a
has
lot of
been.
teams, to be fair.
Well, yeah, that's
and,
true.
You know,
Oman, Papua New Guinea.
a lot of teams. You know, India were better suited to conditions. And as we said, I think we probably let them get way too many runs by at least 20 or 30. We should try to keep them down to around 140, 150 on that track, but we weren't able to. And you have to put it down to them. Good batting. England bowled okay. They didn't bowl really badly, but they bowled. India bowled extraordinarily well, and England batted poorly. And you know, so where it goes
That's
in
two
T20.
Two games in a row where row hits made all the difference.
Yeah.
We're going to see everyone Saturday, whatever, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're going to be there.
We'll be there.
Yeah.
Day off tomorrow, in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for Saturday's final. South Africa and India. I think it's going to be a great game.
It should be a great game indeed.
The day after day it is for some of us. Oh, I'm knackered. Lots of thanks on YouTube from Brown in Brisbane and Stephen Kelk, Kieran Roseblade, Chief Wardo, Leah. Thank you all for being with us. It's been fun having you along.
You missed out by one run, Messi.
Exciting. Did I really? Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Never mind. I've got IPL vibes about this. You remember how went through that whole tournament and then had 3 really one-sided finals?
Yeah. Well, it can. I mean, this is the thing. It really can happen in T20. You think in 20 overs. I mean, I guess that was the whole point of initiating T20 competition. You thought there can't be that many one-sided games because blah 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 blah. But actually, in ODIs, as Hendo often says, even though having watched T20 and as a competition format, I kind of prefer it to ODIs. It's going too long. You do have a chance to recover in an ODI because generally the scoring rates aren't necessarily so high, and you have a chance to recover and just work it around for singles. Whereas in a T20, because it's such a game dominated by trying to hit boundaries, if you fuck it up early and lose too many wickets, it often just runs away from you, and so it happened today, really. And England had no real recovery plan, couldn't recover. I don't think the wicket allowed them to. And as we said, some very good spin bowling from on a very, very helpful wicket. I mean, Kuldeep 3 for 19, Axar 3 for 23, Bumrah 2 for 12. You know, says it all. It's going to be a tough game for South Africa on Sunday, I think, but I will be supporting the Saffers. They've never won anything, and they do choke. But then it's always fun watching India with their preordained victories being scuppered. So we shall see. Hopefully it's a good game, not a one-sided nonsense like this. But hey. And on that note, I'm going to play a theme tune and let you go off to bed, and I'm going to go home because we've been here for hours now.
Thanks all.
See you all on Saturday. Until then,
bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla